Around here, they like to say it just means more. And when two SEC-ranked teams square off under the lights, you understand why. The 19th ranked LSU Tigers have some momentum coming off their first conference win of the season, but tonight they take on a South Carolina squad that's looking to prove they're once again a contender after a super regional appearance last postseason. With that, we say hello, everyone. Kate Crenshaw alongside the Hall of Famer Megan Bunning. So happy to have you with us here on this Friday night. Megan, still in the early goings of SEC play, and there's plenty of softball left. But this series feels like one of those measuring stick type of weekends that allow both these teams to learn a bit more about what they're made of.
Okay, you're not wrong. So these teams are coming in pretty evenly matched when you think about rankings, statistics, all the things. But what some people don't realize is this matchup has kind of an in-state rivalry type vibe, which I'll talk about a little as we get into the game. But this is going to be an intense top 25 matchup.
Well, for South Carolina to get off on the weekend on the right note, they're going to need Carly Shelton to continue being this team's driving force. Coach Ashley Chastain-Woodard calling her the diesel engine of this group.
Yeah, so diesel engines, they're known for heavy-duty task and durability, and that's what Carly Shelton has provided in the two-spot for South Carolina. Just in SEC play alone, she leads the team with a .319 batting average and is second in doubles and in RBI, so they're needing that longevity out of Shelton.
Meanwhile, LSU has back Jayla Lassiter, a three-time All-Region pick for her senior season.
And Lassiter is picked up right where she left off as a junior. Lassiter co-leads the Tigers with 9 extra base hits to go along with a .329 average. And if you back up just a couple of weeks ago when LSU played the #1 ranked Tennessee Lady Vols, Lassiter had 2 home runs, so she knows how to see ball, hit ball.
Lassiter will be at the 2 spot in the LSU order here tonight on this Friday evening to work against South Carolina right-hander Emma Friedel, who steps in making her team-leading and SEC best 19th appearance of the year.
And Emma Friedel, she has been a nice surprise for South Carolina. She throws in the mid-60s. She has a rise, a drop. She does spot a fastball, and she has a nice little changeup. The key for her is going to be consistency. We've seen her throw really well in games, and then we've seen her struggle. So South Carolina needs her to be consistent today to eat up some innings.
Friedel, a junior from Fayetteville, Georgia, transfer from Kennesaw State after 2 seasons with the Owls. She'll be in the circle for South Carolina with a 20-10 record on the season, ranked 24th in the nation. Here at home, playing host to the LSU Tigers, who carry with them a 19-9 mark, along with a number 19 ranking. Avery Hodge, Tigers' third baseman, to lead it off, but throughout this order, including Alex Franklin, who leads the SEC with 5. Hodge will step in to lead things off. A gorgeous Friday evening here in Columbia, South Carolina. Mid-70s and barely a cloud above as Emma Friedel deals a strike to get things underway. Hodge, a senior out of Richmond, Texas. And now nothing in 2 hole.
I already like how Emma Friedel is starting off for South Carolina. She's not playing around. She's establishing the zone. She's finding the zone, and she's attacking Hodge right from the get-go.
Infield in for the Gamecocks. The 0-2 pitch is upstairs. Hodge hitting 200 on the season. Still in that leadoff spot after what she was able to accomplish last year. Hitting 319. And 2 pitches fouled off. Emma Friedel's 1-2 is up and in to even the count. Hodge, a second-year Tiger. Also spent 2 seasons at Oklahoma where she won a pair of national titles. Line foul, and she'll battle again.
I think when you look at both of these teams this weekend, LSU and South Carolina, they have players that have transferred in from some quality programs, and both coaches have said that while these players are bringing in excellent experience, they still have to learn the systems. So the players at LSU need to learn the LSU system. Players at South Carolina need to learn that system, and that's what they're trying to do.
Lelio charging in, and she makes the catch. One away in the first. Taking a look at what LSU's been able to accomplish this year. Megan, you said it, 11 newcomers. That's the most they've ever had in school history. And they've played a lot of close games this season.
I mean, if you think about that, that's what half their team are newcomers. And just like with South Carolina, you've got to learn the systems, learn the culture, learn what the coaches are expecting of you, the way that you are expected to play in the LSU or South Carolina, you know, frame of thought. And that takes some time because things change. Every coach is different, every culture is different, and it takes a little bit of time to adjust.
A 1-1 count on Jayla Lassiter. Senior we were telling you about a moment ago, hitting .329 this season.
You can see Friedel is respecting Lassiter. Lassiter has done some damage. He definitely has power in that 2-hole. We talked about that in the Open as well. 2 home runs against #1 ranked Lady Bowles just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, leads the team in extra base hits this season with 9. On the ground to Anderson. It gets away from her, and Lassiter will be aboard after the error. Shea Anderson been excellent defensively this year for South Carolina after taking over for grad shortstop Brooke Blankenship. Unable to haul that one in. Now LSU will work with a base runner for Tori Edwards, the reigning SEC Freshman of the Year and preseason all-conference pick. Friedel low and inside. Edwards, a player that's still looking to get it going as a sophomore. She's hitting .257, 5 home runs, 20 RBIs. It's great numbers for almost every player in the country, but compared to what she was able to do last year with 18 homers and more than 70 driven in, she's still looking to get back to form. Look back at what Edwards was able to do in her freshman season down in Baton Rouge.
Well, and you have to take into account, too, that as a freshman, there's not really a scout on you. Doesn't matter what school you played at before, they don't have much on you. And so she was able to come in and start with a clean slate. And now there's a ton of data out on every one of these hitters. And so you have to learn how to adjust and understand she's not going to see as many good pitches. Good eye there, though.
She draws the 5-pitch walk. Lassiter moves into scoring position, and LSU threatening here in the first.
Yeah, for South Carolina, defensively, so important to keep it tight, especially with such a potent lineup as LSU brings. You can see Coach Chastain Woodard recognizes exactly what I'm about to say. You had an error, and then you follow that with a walk. And so what you like to see is after, we're going to make errors, right? So after you make an error, let's shut it down the very next play. But that's not what happened. So it kind of went into another mistake with a walk. And so Coach Chastain Woodard wants to come out and hopefully reset the defense.
Coach Ashley Chastain Woodard, her second season here in Columbia. Back at her alma mater, pitched for the Gamecocks from 2009 to 2011. Spent 1 season as a grad assistant before making some stops as an assistant and a head coach at Charlotte for 4 seasons, taking them to a couple NCAA tournaments.
And we'll talk throughout the weekend. I'll just go ahead and put it out there. I'm an alum. I played at South Carolina, so there's that. And we're very excited with what Coach Chastain Woodard is going to do with this program.
2 aboard, 1 gone for Char Lorenz. Left fielder hitting .286 this season. Her first year in purple and gold. Last year was the ACC Freshman of the Year at Louisville. Good job here from Emma Friedel to battle back after the walk to Edwards. She's ahead on the Wrens, 0-2. Lorenz only 10 strikeouts this season in 28 games. On the ground to Anderson. There's one, not in time for two. Gamecocks have been really strong at turning double plays this season, but Lorenz having enough speed to beat that one out and set up runners on the corners.
Well, this was a good decision. 2 outs make up for the previous 2 mistakes. They're still in a...
Lassiter at third. Lorenz over at first base with Alex Franklin stepping in. Two-out pitch to the sophomores, taken for a strike. Louisiana native, hitting .282 on the season. She's driven in 15 on the year. One from Friedel downstairs. Alex Franklin last year as a freshman only had 3 at-bats all season. So talking with head coach Beth Torino about her, as now she's been an everyday starter for this group. What was the difference? And she said, look, that's all on Alex Franklin. She made the offseason commitment. She said, look, freshman season, I didn't get the at-bats I wanted. I'm going to play for this team as a sophomore.
As a coach, yes. All that, yes. Anytime you could get an athlete that takes ownership and then goes out and puts the work in. And quite frankly, Coach Torina has said that a lot of these athletes, almost everyone on the team, if she can't find them, she knows they're at the field or in the cage. So they like to work. They like to put the time in.
A 3-1 count to Franklin with runners on the corners and 2 outs in the first inning. And Friedel has loaded the bases with her second walk of the inning. The vacancy sign turned off on the base pass for Macy Bargeron, the senior catcher. Preseason All-SEC selection. And second team All-Conference as a junior. Now pitch off the plate in the spot where Friedel needs to find the zone.
Yeah, we saw Friedel kind of get into trouble in the midweek game versus Georgia Southern this past Wednesday. You know, in these bases loaded situations, you've got to let your defense do the work. I understand you're facing a threat at the plate. LSU has power, but you've got to throw strikes.
She does there to even the count. Emma Friedel and the Gamecocks trying to escape the first inning jam. Gamecocks winners of 5 in a row coming in, with 4 of those 5 victories being in run rule fashion. A 2-1 pitch is called a strike from our home plate umpire. Chad Steers behind the plate. Liam Lopez Pellet over at first, and Lyndon Baptiste is our third base umpire tonight.
I'd really like to see Friedel go right back to that same pitch. If she's struggling to find the zone, let her go with something that's working.
Counts full. LSU with the bases loaded here in the first inning. An error and a pair of walks. No hits yet for the Tigers. Payoff pitch from Emma Friedel. Swung on and fouled off. So
if you're a pitcher up and coming, this is an excellent situation to practice. So when you're at practice, tell the hitter what you're going to throw and still beat them with it. Because in these situations, you've got to be so close to the plate that it doesn't matter what you're going to throw. You've got to have that confidence to throw any pitch and still know that you're going to beat them.
Ageron in the air to right, charging in. McKnight in foul territory, makes the catch, and the Gamecocks are able to leave the bases loaded. Midway through the first, no score. In the circle tonight, getting the start for LSU. Her 10th of the season, a 6-1 record thus far for the senior.
Yeah, we can expect to see about every pitch from Clopton. She throws them all in the low 60s. Will primarily rely on rise, curve, and change, and she's really good about expanding the strike zone when she's throwing her curve to a right-handed hitter.
Clopton coming off a big performance this past Monday in the series finale against Texas A&M. She threw a complete game, held the Aggies to just 1 earned run while striking out 6. Top of the order for the Gamecocks is Quincy Lelio. The redshirt senior left fielder hitting a team best .424 on the year. Strike one called on the outside half. And unique here, Megan, you said it, for Tatum Clopton. She does such a great job about expanding the zone. The hitter, Quincy Lelio, does such a great job of shrinking the zone.
She does. This will be a really, really fun at bat. I think even through the first part of South Carolina's lineup, they have some very good eyes in the lineup. And like I've mentioned before, when you have hitters like Lelio that they're selective, they're picky, they have a really good eye and know what their zone is, that can be, you know, to me, it's irritating as a pitcher.
On the ground and through for Lelio. Now a 7-game on-base streak for the left fielder puts 1 aboard for Carly Shelton.
Lelio has been so solid in this leadoff position for South Carolina. We were talking about how she can find a way on base, but let's not forget she can hit too.
Speaking of players that can hit, here's Carly Shelton, South Carolina's second baseman.
I think I'm going with Diesel now. I think that's it. That's her name.
That's what Coach Ashley Chastity-Woodard says she is for this team. She said, look, a lot of teams have engines. She's the diesel engine of this group.
Yes. And if you live on a farm like I do now, that's me. I'm Farmer Megan. A diesel engine is good. It is valuable, heavy duty, longevity, durability, all the things that describe Carly Shelton. So that's what I'm going with.
Coach has said diesel. She's a player that just means business. You know it.
Yep, locked in.
On the ground and through. Back-to-back base hits for the Gamecocks. Their top 2 in the order. Strike here in the first.
South Carolina is wasting no time getting a hold of Clopton's pitches around the zone. Really trying to set the tone early. That's going to be important because LSU is not going to roll over and give up. I don't think any team that I've seen is going to do that, but LSU certainly will not.
Now the pitch to Tori Inslee's high. LSU left the bases loaded in the top half of the inning. Gamecocks trying to strike first. Inslee, the junior transfer from NC State. And a big addition to this group. 383 on the year along with 6 homers. Nearly turned on one there. A long, long foul ball.
And as a pitcher, Kane, it's just a strike.
A very long one, but albeit a strike.
Yeah, that's right. It's long. As a pitcher, I'm thinking, okay, I need to tighten that up just a wee bit, but it's just a strike.
The wind is blowing in a little bit towards the third baseline from center field. Nice off-speed delivery there from Clopton to get ahead in the count.
I would expect to see that pitch more from Clopton. Remember, she's going to mix everything. So how is she going to set that pitch up?
Inslee hitting over 300 this season with runners in scoring position. Grounds that one to Hodge. She will tag the bag over there and make the throw across.
That was a nice defensive play. Gets LSU out of a bit of a pickle here. Ball was right at third base. Quick tag. Still had plenty of time to get over to first.
Quick double play from LSU leaves just one aboard for Ariana Rohde. Rip shot foul, left field corner. Rohde, one of the power hitters that is back with South Carolina after a big year last year. So far this season, 6 home runs among 50 intercollegiate career. That's 7th most among active players. Check swing. Don't say she held off. Down 1-1 now. Rohde, the only Gamecock to receive preseason all SEC honors. Clopton really locating that changeup pitch well for strikes.
Yeah, that's a tough, change of speed is tough to hit low in the zone when you're clipping the bottom part, and I believe the pitch was outside too. That's just a well-located pitch.
Clopton liked it, thought she had it. Instead, it's ball 2.
Rohde is another South Carolina hitter that has such a good eye. She is very good at taking pitches and knowing her zone.
There's ball 3 up and in. Mentioned knowing the zone well. We said 7th among active players in homers. She's 3rd in career walks. This ball skied in the air to right. Ranging on it is Franklin in foul territory. She ends the inning. The Gamecocks strand a runner at second, and we're scoreless after 1. Beth Torina, head coach of LSU, her 15th season at the helm, and closing in on 600 wins with the Tigers.
Oh my gosh, Coach Torina. So I've known her. We've known each other for quite some time. She was a senior pitcher at the University of Florida when I was in my freshman season here at South Carolina. So I have played against her, I have coached against her, and now I get to call a game for her. So it's really cool being in my spot, just to come through and see all these people still coaching and in the game and getting to call their games.
She brings her group in to Columbia with a 19-9 record on the season. Here's Kylie Edwards, the shortstop, taking ball one.
And Coach Torina, do not be fooled. She was the pitcher that you scouted for. She put University of Florida was on the map back then too, and she was a large part of that reason.
Edwards, a high fly, deep left field. Inslee at the wall, hauls it in. One gone here in the second.
We've seen Inslee make some great plays in center field for South Carolina. She gets such good reads off the bat. I love how she's reaching out, trying to find the wall. This is her home field, but you still want to know where it is, and she doesn't hesitate.
Ciela Pickett, LSU DP. Freshman, 312, her first year in purple and gold. Had a hit in every game this past weekend against Texas A&M. Pops that one up right side. Rody's there for the second out. But no, Megan, you said going back to Coach Torina, just how talented she was at Florida. Was named to D1Softball.com's all-quarter century team a little bit earlier this year. 1998 SEC champ. Person to my right, 1999 SEC champ.
Yeah, she wasn't playing, and she was very organized and detailed, had every workout she did journaled, logged. She was very intentional.
1-0 pitch, Sierra Daniel lays it down. Tough play for Tate Davis. And Daniel's speed earns her a base hit.
Nicely done by Daniel. Not much that South Carolina's defense could do here. Good job on the inside pitch. Too much speed. That's why speed is so tough for defenses. Puts pressure, makes you make decisions faster.
First hit of the game for LSU. Back to the top of the order, it's Avery Hodge. A fly out to shallow left, last inning. Friedel, coming up on 40 pitches now, is able to strand the bases loaded in the first. Now she's a strike away from capping off the second. Daniel over at first with two gone. To Anderson. And that's the inning. LSU gets their first hit of the game, but nothing more. Coach Ashley Chastain Woodard in her second season at the helm here in Columbia. 7th year overall as a head coach, trying to get to her 4th regional appearance.
Yeah, and Coach Chastain Woodard, I know her as Ashley. Ash. She came after me playing, and I have watched her career, you know, primarily as a coach, coming up through the coaching ranks, and she moved quickly and just had such success. I was at Ole Miss, and she came after me at Ole Miss, so of course I paid attention there, and she won a Coach of the Year while she was at Ole Miss, so you kind of knew she was going to do some big things, and sure enough, here she is. But we're very excited as an alum to have her back.
Tate Davis standing in for the Gamecocks. Sophomore transfer, speaking of Ole Miss. She spent freshman year in Oxford and hammers this one. See you later. Tate Davis, a solo shot onto the track. It's 1-0 Gamecocks here in the second. Talk about power.
Tate Davis said, see ya later. South Carolina has been threatening. She gets one up in the zone, just launched.
That one clearing the fencing plus the netting. Disrupting a little track practice over there for the Gamecocks. They don't mind.
Yeah, they even extend. You can see one of the track athletes bringing the ball back over. That's a good job returning that ball, buddy. But they extended the fencing years ago, or the netting up there, to try to prevent that. I remember when we played, we would hit balls all the time over there on the track. And so I don't know how high that is, but it's pretty high. So that was launched.
Lexi Winters on the ground up the middle. Edwards ranges over and makes the play. Yeah, you're probably talking, what, 75, 80-foot tall net there?
Yes, it's big.
Extends all the way nearly to the top of the fair pole, as you can see. Tate Davis said, nah, no problem, just gonna go right over it. 1-0 Gamecocks with the bases clear. Here's Jamie McKay, senior from Laguna Beach, California.
Also connected to Tate Davis via Ole Miss.
For McKay, she spent 3 years with the Rebels. Both wanted to make a change of scenery, but they won't end up in the same spot they did last year, finishing in Oklahoma City.
And not in this situation, but McKay, to me, is the closer. She had 2 walk-off home runs in the Boston College series last weekend, so she will forever be known to me as the closer.
It's a good moniker to have.
Yeah, yeah. I just love her background, just coming from a baseball. She played baseball all of her pretty much life.
That's
and
right.
Then you probably have more on the story, but realized for her to play in college, she was going to have to go the softball route. So kind of late in her career, she made that transition from baseball to softball. Still plays some baseball, but I'm just thinking about the hitting, how she hits so well from baseball to softball.
She's hitting .257 this season. Golfs that one in the air to right center, and that one is over the wall. Jamie McKay belts one opposite way, and it's 2-0 South Carolina.
And honestly, Kate, that's all I've seen her do is hit bombs. So she's bringing the power in. I love it. She's so just put together and confident. Coach Chastain Woodard wanted to see more from her. I don't know what else more you need to see. I think McKay has said, I'm here to stay in this lineup.
Her 3rd homer of the season and of the week. And the pitch is Shea Anderson, a strike. As Tatum Clopton looks to settle back in for LSU. Coming in, had tossed 35 innings on the season, had only given up 2 homers. Now she's given up 2 into the last 3 hitters. Anderson, sophomore shortstop from Moore Park, California. .299 on the season. Deals outside. Fifth-year right-hander for LSU, making her 7th start of the season. There's just 1 loss on her record this year.
Yeah, Clopton has been solid for LSU. And South Carolina just is seeing the ball well off of her right now. And like you said, it's uncharacteristic. She's given up 2 home runs in this inning alone, and that's not typically what you would see from her.
Yeah, even you go back to the first, South Carolina top 2 hitters in the order for Lelio and Shelton. They both got base hits. And only thanks to a double play, that clear up some of the damage. Anderson fouling that one off to stay alive.
But I like how Coach Tarina has left her in and let her continue to work. A lot of times these days, because teams have different staffs, you'll see them get pulled.
Payoff delivery, swung on and missed. Tatum Clopton gets her first strikeout of the night and 23rd of the year.
That's a great comeback by Clopton. Nice change of speed right there. Had Anderson completely fooled, but after, again, giving up a home run, she started the inning with the home run. Very next batter was an out. Gave up another home run and then comes back with a strikeout. That's what I'm looking for as a coach.
In steps Nia McKnight, sophomore right fielder from Georgia. For all the extra base hits the Gamecocks have in this inning, extra base hits, the name of the game for Nia McKnight. 12 of her 15 hits this year are for extra bases. Offers at the off speed and clips it foul. Five doubles, 3 triples, 2 homers this year for McKnight. Time called here at the plate from catcher Macy Badgeron.
Looks like maybe just some confusion on the call. They want to make sure they get this right. Coach Chastain Woodard has really liked McKnight down here in this 9-hole. She's been doing a great job turning the lineup over, setting the table.
South Carolina able to get on the board here in the second thanks to a pair of homers. McKnight popping that one out of play. Last season, primarily a pinch runner for the Gamecocks. Really good speed on the base pass. Only had 1 hit last year in 1 at bat. That was a double. Coming in this season, there was some competition for that starting right field spot after the graduation of Abigail Knight and Emily Vinson, the 2 corner outfielders off the Gamecock Super Regional team last year. Knight sends that one out to right, and it is caught charging in by Franklin. South Carolina able to connect on 2 long balls. Tate Davis hammers one out to left field, a no-doubter. And then 2 batters later, it was Jamie McKay's turn. Apo Taco. It's 2-0 South Carolina after 2.
Sports fans, the ESPN app has all of ESPN all in one place. Visit activate.espn.com to see if you have ESPN Unlimited as part of your TV package for no additional cost. It's all of ESPN all in one place. Sign up or activate now.
Join the party over on the ESPN app. We certainly did earlier this week, taking a look at LSU's series closing victory over Texas A&M on Monday night. The Aggies falling in that one 7-2, giving the Tigers their first conference win of the season. And they're staring down a 2-0 hole here in the third after a pair of Gamecock homers a bit ago. First pitch to Dale Lassiter in the third's outside. The center fielder reaching on an error back in the first. Hard hit shot into the gap of left center field. Kicks off the third with a stand-up double. As LSU looks to battle their way back in this one, they need a spark like that from Lassiter.
And Lassiter is dangerous at the plate. We talked about her in the open, what she did against Tennessee. 2 home runs. She's a force to be reckoned with. LSU like the response here.
Tying run at the plate in Tori Edwards. A dangerous home run hitter up. 5 on the season for Edwards, but we were telling you earlier on, tied a program record with 18 last year. Friedel trying to strand another Tiger in scoring possession. Was able to leave the bases loaded in the first. The 2-0 is now 3-0.
You can see Friedel is really respecting Edwards, staying way off the plate.
Four-pitch walk, second free pass of the night for Tori Edwards. Puts 2 aboard for Charlotte Renz. And time called here from LSU and their hitting coach, Bryce Neal, his 3rd season in Baton Rouge. Want to talk things over here with Lorenz. Tigers trying to will their way back in this one after the Gamecocks saw Tate Davis and Jamie McCade hit solo home runs in the bottom half of the second.
There's a lot of game left, though, Cade. I mean, I mentioned before, do not expect LSU to quit. They are going to fight every inning. They will go toe-to-toe with South Carolina, and so it's going to be important for South Carolina to keep the intensity, keep the pressure on. Tight defense, smart at-bats.
Lorenz 0 for 1 tonight. Showing a fielder's choice last time up. Emma Friedel's 1-0's upstairs. Ground ball sneaks through. Lassiter throws on the brakes at third, and they're loaded up for LSU. Second time today that Charlotte Renz is able to reach, and also the second time that the Tigers have loaded the bases. The difference, though, Megan, last time they did so with 2 outs. This time, none at all.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see a pitching change by South Carolina. I saw I think I know who I saw. I don't want to give it away just yet.
Jory Hurd was jogging down from the Gamecock bullpen. That is indeed the case. Gamecocks ace going to step in here in the top of the third. She will inherit the bases loaded. LSU threatening here in the third. LSU threatening in the top of the third with the bases loaded, forces the Gamecocks to make a call to the bullpen and bring in senior right-hander Jory Hurd, who enters this ball game with the 10th best ERA in the SEC, also good for 25th best nationally at 1.5.
South Carolina wasting no time bringing the alpha of their staff in. Hurd looks better than she ever has before. She's going to throw in the upper 60s. She mixes a little bit of everything. Curve, drop curve, spots a fastball, does throw a rise, and we will see a changeup. And what a great position for her to be in. Bases loaded, no outs. Trying to keep 0 on the board for LSU.
Jayla Lassiter at third after she led off the inning with a double. Edwards walked and Lorenz singled to bring up Alex Franklin, the right fielder. A walk last time up for the 5-hole hitter. Infield in for the Gamecocks as Hurd deals high.
And if you're LSU right now, I would have my bat on my shoulder. I'm going to make South Carolina pitchers throw a strike before I even consider doing anything with it.
The 1-0 pitch evens things up on the outside corner. Franklin's last time out on Monday, the series finale against Texas A&M, hitting her second homer of the season. Hurd, the fourth-year Gamecock, stuck through with the coaching change prior to last season. And she gets Franklin to swing and miss. And Coach Ashley Chastain-Woodard telling us, Megan, Hurd one of those that earned a lot of respect from her head coach by doing so.
I mean, that's a tough call as a player. You lose your coach that you were recruited under. Everything changes. People are leaving left and right, and she made the decision to stay.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Jory Hurd comes into a jam and is able to get the swinging strikeout, still with the bases loaded.
And Franklin's giving a lot on the outside corner. She sets up way back part of that hitting or to the batter's box, and Hurd did a great job of nailing the outside, stayed on the plate, exactly what you need to do in this situation.
Hurd coming into a 10th spot and delivering. 1-out pitch to Badgeron, fielded by Davis. She only has a play at first as Lassiter comes home to score. LSU on the board. Now a 2-1 South Carolina lead.
Yeah, and in that situation, you could see that Davis was already, I mean, it was a soft ground ball. Davis maybe would have had a play at home, but when in doubt, you always get the sure out. So she was already headed towards first.
Runners at second and third now for Kylie Edwards. Mississippi State transfer, 0 for 1. Will fly out to center. Just barely Missed one back in the second, with Hensley hauling it in at the wall, thanks to the wind blowing in. Was fouled off.
Coach Chastain Woodard talked about Hurd being the alpha of the pitching staff. She kind of declared herself. She made herself the alpha of this staff, and I love that. You've got to have that kind of take charge mentality, and that just speaks to her willingness to come in and be the leader.
Edwards goes opposite way and brings in two. LSU in front off the bat of Kylie Edwards.
Talk about situational hitting. Edwards put on a clinic right there. 2 outs, a lot of pressure for LSU. Edwards does a good job. Outside pitch, finds the gap over there at second base, gives her runners enough time to get both of them in.
LSU low to the bases with no outs here in the third. They're able to bring all 3 of those runs home. And the Tigers have their first lead of the night. Now Hurd will work against Ciela Pickett, the DP who popped into foul territory back in the second. Change-up pitch, gets the swing and miss. Jory Hurd's 0-2. Falls before Rhodey can charge in. LSU 3 runs on 3 hits and a walk here in the third. Jory Hurd able to close out the frame with her second strikeout in relief. Jory Hurd hoping that can bring some of the momentum back on South Carolina's side. LSU in front, 3-2. See this week, this LSU squad dropping the weekend series at home to Texas A&M, and then we saw Pickens get back in the circle for the Lady Vols after she missed the weekend series against LSU with an injury. Quincy Lelio leading off the third inning for South Carolina, laying down a bunt, and she will sneak on base.
Talk about a triple threat. Goodness gracious. Lelio, she's tough. She is a tough out. She has a good eye. She can hit. She can bunt. I think I've seen her try to slap. I don't know. Maybe I'm making that up. That was well placed.
Lelio's connected on a couple butt singles like that this season. Just tries her best, wins the best spot in the game, to catch the opposition off guard. Now the tying run on the base pass for the Gamecocks, and Carly Shelton at the plate, who singled her last time up. The junior from nearby Lexington, South Carolina, grew up just 20 minutes away from the Columbia campus, rips that one to right center field, and Carly Shelton's got a multi-hit game, and the Gamecocks have runners on the corners.
For South Carolina, this is the type of response that you want to see. And how about, well, we talked about Diesel coming up, consistent, doing hard things. That's why Shelton's in the 2 spot.
Her team leading 13th multi-hit performance of the season. Gamecocks in business here in the 3rd. Top of the order delivers once again with back-to-back hits. Now LSU head coach Beth Torino going to walk out and believe she's going to make a pitching change here, as that's going to be the end of the road for Tatum Clopton. Just as LSU had taken their first lead of the ball game, South Carolina turns around and answers with back-to-back base hits and puts the tying run at 3rd. LSU will turn to Peyton Monticelli in the circle when we come back. For LSU, it is Peyton Monticelli, the senior right-hander, making her 9th appearance on the season and 2nd in SEC play.
Yeah, and I think we're getting a different look here. Monticelli's going to throw a little bit harder on the high 60s. Works mostly up in the zone, rise fast, has an off speed.
She steps in relief of Tatum Clopton, who gave up a pair of hits in the 1st but escaped the jam. Then in the 2nd, gave up 2 more hits, but they were costly ones. Solo homers to Tate Davis and Jamie McKay. And now here in the 3rd, 2 more hits. And the top of the order for South Carolina puts runners on the corners for Tori Inslee, their 3-hole hitting center fielder. Look at Monticelli's numbers this year, a 4.04 ERA in 26 innings for the Oklahoma transfer. 3rd stop for her in the collegiate career. For Inslee, it's her 2nd stop after 2 years at NC State. Tying run at 3rd for South Carolina. Inslee standing in 0 for 1, grounded into a double play back in the 1st. This one on the ground to the right side, stopped by Daniel on a slide, but it does a job. Lilio comes home to score, and we're tied at 3.
Again, another piece of situational hitting. It didn't even reach the green, but what you're looking for when you have a runner on 3rd, you want to hit right side. Give that runner from 3rd time to score. That's exactly what she did.
Inslee's 30th RBI on the year. Now the Gamecocks looking for the lead. Here's Ariana Rohde. One out hitter takes strike 1.
You've got to love the response here from South Carolina. They got behind in the last inning, and now they've come and immediately gotten that run back. That's what you're looking for as a coach. Now, expect that from LSU. I told you this is going to be a back-to-back, back and forth game.
As Rhodey fouls that one off. And you mentioned a little bit earlier, even though these two teams are separated by a couple states, there's a bit of a rivalry here. These two have always been in dogfights.
Yes, this has been a long-standing situation with these two teams, and it dates back to the early 90s or the late 90s, early 2000s. You know, South Carolina didn't have an in-state rival because Clemson didn't have their team yet, and so during that time, LSU, I mean, they're lively and they've always been good. They've been consistently good, and so there was always a nice rivalry between these two teams. I had some of the best games of my career against LSU. You know, not just pitching-wise. I'm sure I had some of the worst games too, but just the emotion that's involved. It was always a lot of fun to play against LSU. There's intensity. How about that?
Rhodey fouling that one off. Even you go back to last season, there was some intensity last year in Baton Rouge. The Gamecocks taking the series down there for the first time since the '97 season. They lost the opener in run rule fashion, but came back to win games 2 and 3 by a pair of runs. 1-2 pitch over the low, and it's 2-2 now.
Yeah, I actually asked Coach Ashley Chastain-Woodard for South Carolina, like, how are you preparing the team for such an intense matchup? And, you know, she made the point it's easier when you're at home, and it is. You know, you go down to LSU and you play this series, it's a whole different environment for South Carolina. And so just prepping, knowing that you're in your home field. But I mean, look at the stands. LSU travels well. They usually, you know, do bring a good fan base, and they ain't shy.
Confident Cajuns, no doubt. As Ariana Rhodey's now worked a full count. We have plenty of purple gold in the stands, but also a ton of garnet and black. Carly Shelton stands at second for South Carolina. She represents the go-ahead run here in the third. Rhodey pops that one up. Badgeron gives it chase, but it'll get over the net and into the seats. A really good battle here from Ariana Rhodey coming up on 8 pitches.
Yeah, Rhodey is a tough out. She has a good eye. She has that power. Maybe not have seen it quite as much lately, but she's got it in there, and she's just a tough out.
Monticelli upstairs, ball 4. Ariana Rhodey fired up with a walk. The Gamecocks now have 2 aboard for one of their 2 home run hitters in Tate Davis. Chastain-Woodard going to step out here and put some speed on the base paths in the place of Rhodey. It's going to be redshirt junior transfer from Kennesaw State, Lexi Shaver, stepping in her first game back after she got caught up with her cleat getting stuck into second base, sliding in against Texas 2 weekends ago. Has been out since then with a leg injury. 2 aboard for Davis, fresh off her 4th homer of the year. And it was a no-doubter to left field, cleared the 80-foot tall fencing out there, and made its way onto the Gamecocks track facility. Count even as Davis faces Monticelli for the first. For Davis, 247 feet it traveled.
But let's add the height. I mean, had the height to it too, you know.
That ball just kept climbing till it got out of here.
To get over those nets, definitely did.
Carly Shelton at second. Lexi Shaver at first for South Carolina. Davis fouling that one off. Has been big for this ball club with runners in scoring position this season. Monticelli's 2-2 is outside. Megan, you and I said coming into this one, this series felt like a measuring stick type of weekend for both of these teams trying to establish themselves in league play. And from what they've seen so far with how the opposition swung the bat, I think they both recognize both these ball clubs want this one. Swing and a miss, strike three. Monticelli gets a big second out here in the third.
That's a great response by Monticelli. She had previously walked the hitter and comes back with a strikeout as a coach. I'm loving that. Still has work to do. But yes, both of these teams, again, I think this goes back to they're pretty evenly matched across the board, ranking, stats, all the things. And then also that touch of rivalry, that touch of tradition.
Strike one on Lexi Winters, South Carolina catcher. 1-for-1 with a ground out.
But let's be honest, when you're playing in the SEC, everybody wants to win every weekend. So this isn't shocking, you know.
And the Gamecocks hitting coach Katie Browder are going to walk out for a conversation here with Lexi Winters. And I think this is not only in part to give Winters some advice here, Megan, but also probably just to break up the rhythm that Monticelli's found.
Absolutely. Monticelli's finding her flow, had a big strikeout. So you can shake the timing up.
Tying run in scoring position for South Carolina. 0-2 pitch off the plate. Winters, the senior lead captain for South Carolina this season. Skies that one on the infield. Daniel steps in and ends the inning. Gamecocks tie it up, but Monticelli stops them there. We're even at 3 after 3.
Mic'd Up Monday is awesome to give the fans an inside look.
We got one game left. We need to show that we're the most excited to play. We have some really great minds, and we have some really big personalities.
Let's go!
Is back with Ole Miss head coach Jamie Treshel, fresh off of a trip to the Women's College World Series as the Rebels host the 4th-ranked Oklahoma Sooners. Back here in Columbia, we go to the 4th inning where South Carolina and LSU in a ranked clash are even at 3. Gamecocks just tying it up a moment ago on RBI for Tori Inslee. Sends things back over to LSU and their 9-hole hitter, Sierra Daniel. The second baseman hitting a team best 346 this year after a second inning base hit. Right back up the middle, and she's got a multi-hit night. Her 8th of the season puts one aboard for the Tigers.
Daniel's not wasting any time. She's been doing a great job in that 9-hole as well. We've seen that from South Carolina's 9-hole hitter in McKnight, and now from Daniel for LSU.
Have to keep an eye and see if Daniel gets in motion at all. LSU has not tested Gamecock catcher Lexi Winters yet tonight. But the Tigers coming in second in the conference in stolen bags. Avery Hodge looking to get things going from the top of the order. Serve count gets even at 1 apiece. Jory Hurd from the circle for South Carolina, up and in. Ball 2. Hurd came in relief of Emma Friedel last inning, inherited the bases loaded, and those 3 base runners did come around to score, but in that same span of time, Hurd recorded a pair of strikeouts, and now she's a pitch away from picking up a 3rd. Two-two punch off the plate. Hurd trying to work around the leadoff single. On the ground, stopped by Rhodey and a double play.
That's a huge defensive move for South Carolina. What a heads-up play by Rhodey, right at her shoelaces. She's already going in that direction. That's big.
Rhodey, a Gold Glover a year ago, the first in program history for the Gamecocks. She flashes the leather that time, and we've got 2 gone for Jayla Lassiter.
Well, it just kind of, the reason it's big is because it kills the momentum. It gotten the leadoff runner for this inning, and they were putting some stuff together. Rhodey said not so much.
Lassiter rips it to right center. Jayla Lassiter with her 2nd double of the night, trying to reclaim some of that momentum for LSU.
And defensively, if Rhodey had not made that play, that would have been another run for LSU. So again, just kind of speaking to the importance of that play.
Lassiter's 6th double of the season, and team best 11th extra base hit. Now Lexi Winter's going to walk out and talk things over with Jory Hurd before facing Tori Edwards. The Gamecocks really haven't pitched to tonight in 2 at-bats for the LSU first baseman. She's only seen 1 strike. Got a pair of walks, came around to score a run. Taking a look at the South Carolina bullpen, they have Josie Marin, right-hander from Mississippi State, warming up.
South Carolina has definitely been pitching around Tori Edwards. It'll be interesting to see here how Hurd goes at her, what the approach is.
Two-out pitch is high. There's been a lot of talented players over the years to go through LSU, but none hit 20 homers faster than Tori Edwards did. Took her just 68 games to hit that mark. Now she's at 23 in her career as a sophomore. Megan, what's the message here from Coach Chastain Woodard?
You know, it could be one, to me, it's one of 2 things. It's either Coach Chastain Woodard is saying, hey, we don't want Edwards to beat us, so we're going to continue to pitch around her. It's okay if she gets on. All right, so let's be safe with that. Or it can be, I want you to go right at her. So, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. If I'm a pitcher, moi, if you tell me to pitch around a hitter, I'm like, what? You know, it's tough to do psychologically, and especially, you know, as a competitor, but strategically, you got to know how to do it.
Circle conversation concluded. Go-ahead run at 2nd for LSU.
And you can see that's exactly what Coach Chastain Woodard said, is she said, we're going to pitch to her, but we're going to keep it off the plate. We don't want her to hurt us.
Winters setting up off the plate, and that's ball 3. You know, talking with LSU head coach Beth Torina earlier this week after their series against Texas A&M, where in game 1, Aggie slugger Maya Perez hurt them with a couple long balls. And they kind of adapted their plan after that. They said, look, pitching to Maya Perez, that was a mistake. That was one you had to own as a head coach. She moved on, and in the final game of the series, Maya Perez didn't see a strike.
Well, and I really appreciate Coach Torina taking ownership for that call, because a lot of times you'll see coaches, kind of roll it off on the players, and Coach said, no, that was a coaching 101. Basically, we shouldn't have done that, and we did it, and she took ownership of that. And what an example to the athletes, too. Like, to say, hey, that's my bad, that's on me, and then they didn't make that mistake again.
2 on now for Char Lorenz. It's 1 for 2 tonight, and the run scored.
So if you think about this now, Lorenz is up to bat, and they have just pretty much intentionally walked to Lorenz. So Lorenz may have a bit of a chip on her shoulder.
Bird just outside, ball 2. Lorenz taking the world by storm last year, earning ACC Freshman of the Year honors at Louisville. Check swing, they'll go down to third. She did not bring it around, says Lyndon Baptiste, our third base umpire. Char Lorenz, a player that Coach Torina just called uber special in every way. Trying to give the Tigers the lead. Pops it back foul, then runs the count full. Joy Hurd got a strikeout to close out the third. Trying to do so here in the fourth, just missing high. After the double play, cleared the bases here in the fourth. Lassiter doubled and back-to-back walks to Edwards and Lorenz. Loads them up once again for Alex Franklin. Was in this spot an inning ago and struck out swinging against Jory Hurd. She was the first batter she faced out of the bullpen.
So if you're Franklin, you're thinking, oh, this is an opportunity to redeem myself. Let me show what I can do. And if you're Hurd, this should look familiar, right? You got to tighten it up. This time, though, you've got 2 outs. So you're letting that defense do some work for you.
Hurd over 250 career strikeouts now in her senior season. 1-1 pitch doesn't settle in. Ball 2. Lexi Winters turning around to ask home plate umpire about that call. Just a little high.
Well, I also think, Winters does a great job, but it's where the ball crosses the plate, and I can see Winters trying to bring the ball back over the plate. And I think that's what's confusing some of the fans, is that the ball is outside, but Winters is moving pretty dramatically to bring it back over, and the umpire's not going to go off the movement. They're watching where the ball crosses the plate.
2 balls and 2 strikes on Franklin. Bases loaded for LSU in a tie game. The 2-2 on the ground. And Shelton ends the inning. Jam escaped by the Gamecocks. We remain tied midway through the 4th. They're tied at 3 in the 4th, but look around the league and an early advantage for Florida over the top-ranked Lady Vols.
A lot of
Later
good
tonight.
softball. Yeah, a lot of good softball going
Later
on.
tonight, you got the defending champs, number 2 Texas hosting Baylor in a little in-state rivalry showdown. That gets going at 7:30 later tonight on SEC Network Plus. Mississippi State and Georgia squaring off in a top 15 battle.
Mississippi State's been hot lately.
Jimmy McKay steps in for the Gamecocks to lead off the 4th. The DP hit a solo home run just over the right center field wall. Last time up in the 2nd. Chops this one back to the circle, handled by Monticelli. For Peyton Monticelli, since she came into this ball game in relief of Tatum Clopton, she has really settled down the South Carolina bats, has not given up a hit to the 5 hitters she's faced. Only one's reached, and that was Rhodey on a walk. Now make it 2 as Anderson gets hit.
Yeah, Monticelli just trying to go up and in on that pitch, and would you look at that? It's the elbow. Sticking out over the plate, but box belongs to the hitter.
One on with 1 out for Nia McKnight. Hancock right fielder 0 for 1 with a fly out last time up. A Georgia native, her dad a football player at Georgia Tech back in the day. Monticelli ahead, 0-2.
You know, KG were saying how Monticelli has been doing a good job, and I know she just had that hit by pitch, but she has. She's been steady. She's been hitting her spots, working the corners.
The first-year Tiger spent 2 seasons at Oklahoma. Last year, totaled 21 innings for the Sooners. Pitcher that's been her freshman year at Wisconsin. It's a big-time star for the Badgers. McKnight fouling that one off as she continues to battle here on 2 strikes.
You know, sometimes it's wild to me to think about, you know, she started here, went there, and she's already been at 3 different universities. Using Monticelli as an example because that was you brought that, but you know, just thinking about how that's the game now and how the transfer portal has caught up to softball, especially in the P4 schools. You have the NIL, the transfer portal, all the things, and when you think about coaching, that is difficult. It is difficult to coach in this environment, and so hats off to the ones that have stayed in it.
Monticelli, a big strikeout, 2 gone in the 4th. Her 2nd punch out of the night.
Pitch was just a little bit dirty, like it was sneaking in. McKnight, I don't even think she saw it.
Top of the order back up now for the Gamecocks, and Quincy Lelio, who's got a pair of hits and a run scored. Now pitch, a strike from Monticelli. Megan, you talked about Monticelli bouncing around a little bit, 3rd school in 4 years, but if there's anybody that can probably get accustomed to moving around a little bit, it's Peyton Monticelli. She lists her hometown as Cedarburg, Wisconsin, but you go back a few years, she was actually born on a Royal Air Force base in England that made the move across the pond to the States.
All right, so she can adapt and adjust. Usually the military kids can. And I say this with all respect because I am one. We call ourselves military brats.
Adaptable, that's all it is.
You learn how to flex and adapt, you certainly do. But that's the name of the game now. And so coaches are having to learn how to do that too.
Stopped in the air by Hodge. Good job from the third baseman for LSU to close out the fourth. Still tied here in Columbia.
This game is tied.
She hit that into the street.
Tegan Gavon, she has fanned a dozen. A 2-homer inning for Kendall Wells.
A big weekend on deck next weekend around the SEC on ESPN. This LSU ball club heading back to Baton Rouge to play host to Oklahoma. Not to mention you got Texas A&M and Texas. Need to say any more, Megan?
But okay, but let's be honest, every weekend's like this, you know. The addition of Oklahoma and Texas definitely has leveled up the SEC. It's made it more challenging for sure. But every weekend, it's that same mentality. You're in a oftentimes top 5, top 10 matchup.
Macy Badgeron, a leadoff inning for LSU. Megan, I want to go back a little bit to look in the gauntlet that is an SEC schedule. A lot of these teams now will play a non-conference slate that includes a lot of these invitationals and round-robin tournaments. For LSU, they went down to Clearwater, Florida. For South Carolina, they went out to the Mary Nutter Classic in California. What's most important in a non-conference schedule to prepare yourself for league play?
Well, I mean, I think it's about well, part of that is you have early in the season, right? So there's this knocking the rust off, kind of getting into the rhythm. But you have to take the mentality of every game is the game that you want to be finishing at. So if you're playing these midweek games and it's, like South Carolina, they played Georgia Southern this midweek, they have to prepare as if they're playing LSU mentally, physically, and emotionally, and the same goes for any team.
That ball getting away from Shea Anderson. It's ruled a double for Badgeron, her 6th of the season. And suddenly to lead off the 5th, LSU has the leadoff batter not just aboard, but in scoring position. They're going to try to capitalize on that early spark and put some speed on the base pass in place of the catcher. It's Destiny Harris, the sophomore from Norfolk, Virginia, jogs on to take her place. 22nd game of the season for Harris. In steps Kylie Edwards, Tigers shortstop, who initially tied this game up at 3. Actually gave LSU the lead, I should say, 3-2 back in the 3rd. 2-run single through the right side. Gamecocks would tie it up in the latter half of that 3rd inning.
Edwards has made some solid contact in both at bats so far. She's been a tough out.
Yeah, even going back to her first at bat, a deep fly out that Tori Inslee caught at the wall in center field. The wind that was working against her then has died down a bit as this game has gone on. Jory Hurd's 1-2. Hammer shot, center field. Inslee back, it's out of here. Kylie Edwards hammers one out of the ballpark, and LSU is in front, 5-3.
We had just talked about how Edwards had made solid contact, and she takes Jory Hurd's pitch up in the zone, little outside on the plate. Well, nope, right down the middle of the plate, but up in the zone, dead center. It's clutch pizza hitting for LSU.
The whole team doing the 6-7 celebration in place of number 67, hitting out her second home run of the season.
I didn't even notice that too. 6-7 has no meaning, but now it does.
The Tigers are fired up. They hit their first homer of the night. 23rd has a ball up. Now they're going to send up a pinch hitter in Allie Hutchins in place of Ciela Pickett. Hutchins this season hitting 200 on the year. We didn't see her over the weekend against Texas A&M. She started 20 games as a junior. Transfer from Kentucky, spent 2 years with the Wildcats. Their everyday third baseman in 2025. Hutchins opposite way and falls in foul territory.
We're seeing the back and forth that we anticipated with this series, with South Carolina and LSU going toe-to-toe. One goes up, the other one responds. But this makes for good ball. I mean, I would much rather watch a game like this than a blowout.
A back and forth battle to open up the weekend series. These two back in action at 3 o'clock tomorrow and at 1 p.m. on Sunday. Hurd's 2-2. Hutchins fouls it off. Hurd trying to respond after Kylie Edwards' homer. Payoff pitch. Hutchins sends it into the stands. One of 11 newcomers for LSU this season. That's the most they've ever had in program history. Strike 3 called inside corner. Hutchins had tossed the bat aside and was jogging down to first. Instead, Jory Hurd strikes out her third of the night.
And this is Jory Hurd saying, I'm the alpha now. Alpha of the South Carolina pitching staff. What a comeback. Had just given up a 2-run home run. Comes back, strikes out the hitter. That's what I'm looking for as a coach. The other thing she's doing is she is building evidence for herself. So down the road, when she gets in these situations again, she can look back and say, no, I can do this. Remember when? And she can think specifically to moments like that.
Sierra Daniel now up for LSU. She's got a multi-hit night, pair of singles last 2 times up. 1-1 pitch, put out of play. Top of the 5th inning. Kay Crenshaw alongside Megan Bunning here with you tonight. LSU leading 5-3 over South Carolina. The Tigers jumping in front a moment ago on a 2-run home run from Kylie Edwards. Daniel in the air, caught by Lelio for the second out.
Back to the top of the order now for the Tigers, playing third base, number 82.
Back to the top of the order for the fourth time tonight. It's Avery Hodge, who's 0 for 3. Bird's 2-out toss, a little off. Another senior out of Richmond, Texas. I was looking through the LSU game notes, Megan, and a lot of fun facts shared about each player. I think one of my favorites of all time, and probably one of the most relatable for me, was the one for Avery Hodge. She hates folding the fitted sheet. Like, I hear that.
That's so funny. I saw someone on Facebook post that they would pay someone $50 to come teach them how to fold a sheet.
Lucrative business.
Right?
No corners, doesn't make things easy. Just ends up turning into just a big ball you wrap.
Right, you just, same girl, same. I just ball it up and tuck it away. No one can see it.
Jory Hurd trying to close out the fifth. They're 2-2. Fouled off. We'll see it again. Hurd deals, shot back to the circle. That's the inning. LSU has taken a lead here in the fifth. Kylie Edwards, no win working against her this time as she hammers out her second homer of the season. This one a 2-run shot, and the 19th Tigers lead 5-3. Ranked Tigers have taken a 5-3 lead over South Carolina, thanks to Kylie Edwards' 2-run homer a moment ago. But just as LSU took their last lead in the third, Knox answered in the bottom half. Carly that effort once again. Pair of base hits tonight for the 2-hole hitting second baseman.
This is a good spot in South Carolina's lineup to get the response that they're looking for. It's been back-to-back so far. Who better than to have Carly Diesel Shelton step up to the plate?
She's been the driving force all year for the Gamecocks. Coach Ashley Chastain-Woodard telling us she really feels like Shelton's kind of entering that phase of her career where she's starting to be a face of the program and being that top name on opponents' scouting reports that they know going into the weekend. You've got to prepare for Carly Shelton.
Absolutely, and anytime you're the person that the other team is preparing for, I mean, that's a badge of honor, but it also can be something that can carry a weight if you let it get to you, because you gotta be on point. You gotta tighten up. Sometimes you have to adjust because they're coming after you. They're prepared for you.
Peyton Monticelli from the circle for LSU. Shelton swings, puts this one on the ground, and she's retired for the first time tonight. One gone for Tori Inslee. South Carolina center fielder coming into tonight, top 20 in the SEC in hits this season with 36. Also among the league leaders in stolen bases. Hasn't been able to showcase any of that speed yet tonight, though. 0 for 2 with a pair of groundouts.
This is the first batter that Monticelli faced when she came in the game. So at this point, the remaining South Carolina hitters, this will be their second time facing Monticelli.
Inslee, a long fly ball in the foul territory. It's a long strike, too.
See? You're learning.
I'm learning from the expert.
It's just a strike. It was a good one, but it's just a strike.
Anytime there's a doctoral degree in play, I'm going to listen. Inslee, high chopper up the middle, base hit. That one just clearing the head of Monticelli, but Tori Inslee will take it. One out single in the fifth for South Carolina.
Inslee just getting the job done.
Tying run at the plate for the Gamecocks. It's their leading home run hitter, Ariana Rohde. 0 for 1 with a walk tonight is the Rhode Island native. Hitting .250 on the season. With Inslee at first and one away, Rohde takes strike 2. The senior captain for this group, who's playing a long way from her hometown, but no distance great enough. Even 900 miles worth, her parents still make the trip down every weekend to see her play. Now back, we'll see it again.
That's really amazing. That's not a small feat. Having that family, that support in the stands really goes a long way, I'm sure, for Rohde as well. Talk about memories.
She's made plenty of them in her career. Up and in, 2-2.
I remember, before these stands down here were here, my grandparents would come and sit kind of right on the other side of the dugout. And they were there for every game. They didn't travel 900 miles, but having those memories and knowing that they were there, you can't replace that.
Rohde, a high fly in foul territory. Lorenz giving chase, but that one caught in the LSU bullpen.
That was a nice try, yeah. This is not banana ball. If it was banana ball, Savannah Bananas, that would have been counted as an out, but however.
I think the Bananas actually went down and played a game over at LSU's baseball field over at Alex Box.
They probably did. They came to Tallahassee, where I'm at. They played there. Definitely, I highly recommend them. I would love to see more involvement with softball players.
Rohde pokes this one through the left side. Her first hit of the night as the Gamecocks put 2 aboard.
You can never close the book on Rohde. She's such a tough out.
She's been on a rough patch as of late, just 2 for her last 21, but talking a little bit earlier this week with head coach Beth Torina, she said, you never know when Ariana Rohde's gonna click, you just hope it doesn't happen tonight. Speaking of clicking, earlier tonight, Tate Davis sure did, clobbering a solo shot to left field, and now Megan, she steps to the plate as the go-ahead run.
Well, and I think for LSU, they're kind of taking a moment here to think about that, but Monticello actually struck her out last time, so I think this is just a matter of Monticello staying in her game, throwing her pitches, going right at Davis, keeping it on the corners, of course, making it move.
Davis can make you pay if you make a mistake. She's got 4 long balls on the year. Monticello that time up and in. A Greer, South Carolina native, back in her home state after spending her freshman year at Ole Miss.
Shout out to Greer, also my hometown.
Davis lifts that one in the air to right. It will fall. Coming home to score is Inslee. South Carolina back within 1. Tate Davis driving in yet another run, her second of the night.
Davis just, this time we didn't see the power. We just saw opposite field doing what she needed to do. Gave the runners enough time. Looks like we might see a change here.
A home run in her first at bat, a little flare shot here in the 5th. The Gamecocks will take them both as they bring South Carolina within run, 5-4. Our score now here in the 5th. Gamecocks within a run, and LSU will make a call to the bullpen as Jaden Hebner, the reigning All-American, will take over. We come back. Carolina threatening with 2 aboard here in the 5th, forces LSU to turn to their sophomore ace, Jaden Hebner, in this spot, making her 14th appearance of the season, just her 4th out of the bullpen. Megan, a reigning freshman All-American from a year ago, is back and is dealing just the same.
And it's just another different look for LSU. You can see Hebner's going to come from the left side, mid to high 60s. Mixes that curveball that's going to break into a right-handed hitter. Rise ball, some changeup. Love that she's effectively wild, so it keeps the hitters guessing.
She'll face Lexi Winters with 2 aboard and 1 gone. Gamecock catcher 0 for 2 tonight. South Carolina bringing in a run a moment ago. RBI single for Tate Davis, latest in a string of 3 straight hits. Hebner's 0-1 turns into 0-2. Oh-2 pitch. Outside for a ball. Winters was one of the Gamecocks' top hitters in SEC play a year ago. Trying to break through here and tie it up once again against LSU. And she will do that and more. A base hit at the base of the wall. Rhodey in to tie it. All knotted up at 5. Lexi Winters puts 2 in scoring position for South Carolina.
Again, just speaking to what we talked about, this is going to be an intense game. Both teams are going to go back and forth, back and forth. We have not been disappointed. Great piece of hitting by Lexi Winters in the gap.
Winters driving in her 12th run of the season. It's the 4th straight hit for South Carolina. She now stands at second. Tate Davis in front of her at third, but Winters is going to jog off here. South Carolina subs in freshman Ansley Bennett to run on the base paths. But high fives all around in the dugout for Lexi Winters, one of the Gamecocks' leaders, getting it done here in the fifth. And once again, Megan, just as LSU jumps in front, South Carolina has the answer.
Yeah, Kate, I tried to tell you this.
You did. You were the fortune teller.
I tried to tell you this. I expect it to be like this all weekend long. But now look who's up at the plate for South Carolina. It's Jamie McKay.
And she gets hit this time. Gamecocks love her power, but they'll take the hit by pitch. There's her dad in the stands watching tonight. As McKay gets clipped, that loads him up for Shea Anderson. Bases loaded for the shortstop. Anderson this season 0 for 3 with the bases loaded, trying to change that luck here.
Well, and for LSU, if you look at how Anderson and McKnight, even just within the game tonight, have performed, LSU's still in a good spot because Anderson struck out the first. Now, she did get hit by pitch last at bat, and McKnight hasn't really done much either as of yet. So for LSU, you're still not sweating. This is about throwing strikes and making plays.
Vacancy sign turned off on the base paths. Heavner gets strike 2 on Anderson. A strikeout in the second, hit by pitch in the fourth. Shea Anderson trying to give South Carolina back the lead here in the fifth. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Heavner with a big second out.
It's a nice comeback by Heavner, painting the outside corner. She's not playing around. She's staying around the zone. You know, something Coach Trina had said about Heavner is that last year she was kind of hidden because of that freshman season. She had a standout season, and then this year she's having to make the adjustment because now people are scouting her. They're preparing for her. And we talked about that prior with some other players for South Carolina, but it's different when everyone is pitching like you in practice and they're preparing for specifically you.
Gamecocks substituting in a pinch hitter for Alyssa Hovermail, the junior Florida transfer, stepping in, hitting .333 on the season. Has rotated in and out as this team's starting DP. Heavner's 0-1. Swung on and missed, now 0-2. Yeah, Coach Torino said with all the teams locking in on Heavner, it's really pushed her to the next level. Her 0-2. Off the plate. Tiger Faithful wanted it.
That was a good looking pitch, but it was a little off. Remember, it's where it crosses the plate, right?
Bases loaded for South Carolina. Heavner trying to keep it in a tie game. Overmill 1 for 3 this year with the bases loaded. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Jaden Heavner gets a pair of punch-outs to close out the fifth, but not before South Carolina ties it up. An RBI single from Lexi Winters has us even at 5 after 5. game heading into the 6th. 19th ranked LSU, 24th ranked South Carolina, all knotted up at 5 apiece. It's back to Jayla Lassiter for the Tigers. Pair of doubles her last 2 times up. Jory Hurd's first pitch in the 6th, a little elevated. Lassiter now up to 11 extra base hits this season. That's the most of any Tiger.
For LSU, this is who you want. You want Lassiter up at the plate right now. Get the momentum going back again towards LSU.
Off the plate, ball 3. We've had a couple lead changes here tonight. LSU just jumped in front, 5-3 in the top half of the 6th on a Kylie Edwards homer. Or the Gamecocks were able to answer with 4 hits in the bottom half to tie it up. Megan, take me into the mindset of a player, of a hitter even. What is the mindset in such a back and forth contest? As Lassiter skies that one out to center, Inslee under it, went away.
Well, I mean, either way, it's still a 0-0 game. I mean, they're tied up. It's still 0-0, but you're building off of the momentum as a player. Like, this is a fight. This is a battle. Who wants it the most? They both want it really badly, but who's going to be there on the end? And, you know, that was a big out for South Carolina because they have not pitched to Tori Edwards yet. So you don't want to put Edwards on or give her the opportunity to swing the bat with a runner on.
She will swing at the first pitch she sees and put it out of play. I've only seen 1 strike in the first 3 at-bats of the night. That was exactly what I was going to ask you about, Megan. Because nobody's on base, maybe that leads you more to pitch to her, but you're in a tie game where 1 swing from Tori Edwards changes it.
Exactly, and I mean, I don't know. I think they're allowing Jory Hurd to go at Edwards this time around. Maybe see what Edwards can do, but you're right. 1 swing of the bat, and it could be LSU's favor again.
Hurd's 1-1. Got her hot.
Yeah, but to me, psychologically, as a coach and then also as a pitcher, I don't want a pitcher, and me as a pitcher, I don't want to be hesitant when I face a hitter. I want to be able to go see what I have against some of the best hitters in the country because I can't walk.
Edwards,
There you
high
go.
fly. Deep left center on the track, hauls it in. Dangerous territory. Just avoided. Edwards barely missing that one.
But by allowing her to pitch to Edwards in that situation, she just built evidence that she can pitch against some of the top hitters in the country.
Now Ashley Chastain Woodard walking out for a conversation here with her senior right-hander before facing Charla Renz, cleanup hitter. Hurd now at 72 pitches, came in relief of starter Emma Friedel back in the 3rd. A dogfight here tonight, just the series opener. These two going to square off twice more this weekend. Megan, take me into the mindset of a pitching coach now. For in this spot, you know South Carolina wants to use Jory Hurd a couple times this weekend. What's the approach when you're not only trying to win a game, but also not trying to overexpose an arm?
Yeah, you know, I kind of have a different mindset on this because to me, I want to see a pitcher go the distance.
Okay.
Because you're training pitchers now for postseason, for later in the season. But, you know, South Carolina, and they're known for this, they rely heavily on statistical information, and they will go through pitchers quite frequently. Even if pitchers are doing well, they're still going to make a change based off of something they're seeing in a scouting report or statistical stuff. So I don't know that I can answer that question. Me, Megan, I'm going to say, Jory's doing fine, let's leave her in. That's me.
Our umpiring crew having a conversation here.
And this may be what Coach Chastain Woodard was talking about. Maybe she was giving Jory just a little bit of heads up. Maybe she saw something.
Now, home plate umpire Chad Steer is going to walk over to the South Carolina dugout and talk about things. Last play was Tori Edwards flying out to center field. And after the out was recorded, Coach Chastain Woodard walking out for a conversation with Jory Hurd, and at the same time, umpiring crew huddled up. Is it maybe something about the number of visits or communication? Because I just saw Coach Chastain Woodard saying she wasn't wearing the earpiece at the time that she went out and visited.
I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine.
Mysteries of the unknown here on Friday night. Well, we waited long enough. We finally get to see Charlotte Lorenz step to the plate here in the 6th. Base is clear and 2 outs. Lorenz 1 for 2 tonight with a walk and a run scored. Ever since this team took a trip down to Clearwater, Florida for the Clearwater Invitational, one of the most premier early season non-conference tournaments you can play in, Charlotte Lorenz has been on fire since they got back from that trip, hitting a team best 333 in that span.
Yeah, that Clearwater Invitational has become an invitation type tournament, and it's become a big deal. That's the place where these teams want top matchups early, right to start the season off.
Yeah, it was Valentine's weekend down in the Sunshine State. 2-1 pitch to Lorenz, up the middle and into the glove of Carly Shelton. A 3-batter frame in the 6th. We remain tied at 5. Some of these big offensive numbers can break through here in the 6th. A tie game with LSU. They were one of the top teams in the country last year at free passes. Once again in that category this year. One of the nation's leaders in both hit by pitch and walks, and therefore on base percentage. But it's almost like a building block, Megan. You get hit by pitches, you get walks, that means good on base percentage. With people on base, you hit a lot of doubles, that leads to a couple more runs per hit.
Well, and that's something that South Carolina works on. The challenges that they have. I can't remember what they call them. It's like in-game challenges or
CPAs.
Yes, thank you, CPAs.
Competitive plate appearances.
Competitive plate appearances, and South Carolina has specific things. Not sure what's going on here either.
Yeah, we were left in mystery in the top of the 6th after our umpiring crew circled up. I believe they were talking about the game. We weren't exactly sure. Maybe they were deciding where to eat after this one's over. Now they've circled up again after Coach Beth Arena made her way out of the LSU dugout just before the inning began.
And unfortunately, we do not have someone relaying information up to us about what's going on. So we're kind of at a loss ourselves. Not sure if we missed something on the field before the inning started.
I would say we could try our hand at lip reading, but Chad Steers is mostly hid behind William Lopez Pellet there a little bit of the conversation. And now he's going to walk back over to Coach Torino.
Is protesting South Carolina's use of electronic equipment. The following issue is under protest.
So there we go. We finally have an answer. So LSU is protesting South Carolina's use of electronic equipment. We had said it in the moment there in the 6th where Coach Ashley Chastain Woodard had the earpiece that she wears to communicate with the catcher, Lexi Winters. It was out of her ear and hanging over the top of her shirt. And that's what she showed to the home plate umpire. And it seemed like that was resolved. But now here in the bottom half of the 6th, LSU going to protest this decision. Coach Chastain Woodard is talking over with our home plate umpire Chad Steers, the other 2 members of his crew going back to take a look at things. Be curious, Megan. I'm trying to remember. No other time like this comes to mind about protesting the use of electronic equipment.
Listen, in a game like this, in a matchup like this, both teams are going to be all over everybody. So there are people in the dugout looking for rules to be broken, and so this is what's happened. It looks like Coach Chastain Woodard had her earpiece out. She was clearly showing that she had her earpiece out, because I guess you cannot have it in when you go to have conferences with your pitcher, and she didn't.
It also just makes you wonder what exactly that rule may have to do with anything, because the only person that can hear that other earpiece is the catcher, who's also in that conversation.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like you said, this is kind of one of those new ones that use of earpieces are new this year.
It's also new this year that offensive players, and this wasn't the case in this situation, but it's an important rule to share, offensive players can now wear one-way communication devices with either coaches in the dugout or base coaches as well. They work just the same as, your standard PitchCom type watches, let's call them, that a lot of pitchers will wear. No audio components to it. Just a video message that'll pop up just like on your smartwatch at home. But if you're just joining us, we're here in the 6th, a tie game at 5. LSU has formally asked for a protest for South Carolina's use of electronic equipment. Those are the words of crew chief Lyndon Baptiste, who just stepped away a moment ago to take a look at things. I'd be curious as well, Megan, you and I are sitting here a little bit in the unknown right now. We certainly don't want to speculate on anything, but we're in conference play as well. Every single official review goes back to Birmingham. Our umpires never leave the field. Now 2 of them have. I'd be curious to know exactly what they're evaluating, what they're taking a look at even. Because South Carolina's video review system is down the first base line. Our umpires exit down the third base side back towards their locker room. So I wonder almost if they're contacting someone to talk about this and get a little more clear understanding.
Yeah, I don't know where the umpires went, because you're right, there is a central office in Birmingham, and usually they go off to the side. So maybe, I have no idea. But, when you're looking at the electronic equipment, coaches must be in the dugout when they use that device, and that's why Coach Chastain Woodard made a point to pull it out of her ear and make sure that she was holding it. So Can't be used outside the dugout, which, in my opinion, it was not. So I'm not sure. That's all I got.
A lot of unknown right now here in the 6th. We also don't know when exactly our umpiring crew is going to return. And certainly we don't want to step away because we don't know when they're going to come back. as the unknown. LSU and South Carolina tied at 5. The Tigers head coach Beth Torina formally protesting South Carolina's use of electronic devices. The umpiring crew has stepped away to their locker room to evaluate this decision, and we're going to take a short break and be back in Columbia. The 6th inning. If you were with us before we took that break, we still know the same amount we did then, which isn't much. LSU and South Carolina are tied at 5 right now. Here's the situation that has unfolded. A moment ago, before the conclusion of the top half of the 6th, South Carolina head coach Ashley Chastain Woodard made her way out to the circle for a visit with pitcher Jory Hurd. When she walked out there, she had an earpiece, the one-way communication device that she wears to communicate with the Gamecock catcher. She had it out of her ear and hanging over the top of her shirt when she walked out to talk with both Winters and Hurd. And when she walked back off, initially our umpiring crew huddled up to talk about things, and she held out the earpiece towards them. So we thought maybe that has something to do with it, but nothing ever came of it. And then just before this inning got started, we saw them throw a pitch in the bottom of the 6th. LSU made a formal protest of South Carolina's use of electronic equipment. That's what crew chief Lyndon Baptiste, who's there on the left, said over the PA system. He and another colleague just walked off the field for the last 10 minutes or so into their locker room to talk with the SEC office and get clarification on this. You see what he's holding right there? That's the SEC rule book. Try and dive into what exactly this means and what the terminology says. And this is the first time that Baptiste has came out of that locker room. His colleague, William Lopez Pellet, has still not returned from that locker room. So maybe we're going to get an explanation here soon, but it seems one of those just odd things. You know, you stay around this game long enough, Megan, you see something new quite often. This is definitely one of those new ones because we don't know what the rule violation is. We talked to everyone here in the press box that's been around this game for a long time. They don't know what the alleged rule violation is, and they don't really know what they're reviewing in this spot.
Yeah, well, this is a new rule with electronic communication and the use of it. So this is a learning curve for everyone, and I appreciate that the umpires admitted, hey, we don't know that, so we're going to go back and we're going to physically pull out the rule book and take a look here, and then I'm sure they have been on the phone with their assigner, Tom Meyer. This is not a reviewable play, so I mean, this is a matter of rules, and this is a new rule, and they're doing their due diligence to make sure they get it correct.
How many times do you think this crew of SEC umpires, every umpire in our league is very veteran, very seasoned, how many times do you think they've tossed the rule book in the bag and thought, I may need this today?
Oh, they take it everywhere.
Now, I'm saying they take it everywhere, but how often do you think you're actually going to use it? Now he's walking back into the dugout, and we still have no answer, so we're going to step aside once again and be back.
After conferring with the NCAA staff, the protest is denied. The electronic equipment cannot be used by the coach staff on the field, and on the field only.
So, to recap what was a lengthy delay, LSU made a formal protest on his use of electronic equipment because Cutter had an earpiece on her walking out to the circle, but she did not have it in her ear. She had it laying outside of her shirt. So LSU makes the formal protest. After a lengthy delay, it's determined there is no confirmation of that protest, so to speak. There is no reversal of their original decision that it was okay, saying that she did not use that electronic equipment on the field.
Well, and this was, again, it's not a reviewable play, so they can't go back and look at game film on it like what we can see here. And maybe from, you know, that's on her, Coach Chastain Woodard's right side, which is the opposite side of the LSU dugout, so maybe it wasn't clear what she was doing. This is a tie ball game. This is a game that's going back and forth, so I would expect teams to do this kind of thing. This is a new rule. You're calling everybody out on it.
After much delay, the first pitch of the bottom of the sixth from Jaden Heavner is a strike. Quincy Lelio at the plate for South Carolina, 2 for 3 tonight with a run scored. He is the leadoff hitter. Left on left, it's high. Heavner came in relief in the fifth. Gave up an RBI hit to Lexi Winters into the right center field gap. Hit Jamie McKay, but struck out the next two hitters to escape the bases loaded jam. Leo clipping that one back foul.
It makes me think if I were Coach Chastain Woodard, the next time that situation came up, I'd be flinging that earpiece around to make sure.
Like a lasso.
Like a lasso, everybody saw it.
certainly look forward to talking with Coach ahead of tomorrow's game and getting a little more explanation on that. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Jaden Heavner has struck out 3 in a row, all smiles for the sophomore.
Heavner, this little break did not slow her down. She is tough. She's a tough pitcher to hit, especially even coming from the left side, but with her speed on top of that.
Shelton fouling that one off. You know, Megan, we were talking how odd it is and how rare it was to see that protest of electronic equipment. How rare is it to see Quincy Helio strike out? Tonight, that was her 90th at-bat of the season, just the 4th time she has struck out. Among the top 3 hitters in the SEC that are toughest to strike out, averaging almost 29 at-bats between Ks.
Yeah, I really feel like the top part of South Carolina's lineup have been tough outs lately, at least.
Shelton 2 for 3 in this one, but down 0-2. On the ground and through. A 3-hit night for Carly Shelton. Go-ahead run aboard for the Gamecocks here in the 6th.
That's Shelton just showing why Coach Chastain Woodard calls her a diesel. I mean, she does hard things. Wasn't a super great pitch to hit, and Shelton does just enough to get her bat barrel out there.
In steps Tori Inslee. 1 for 3 with an RBI. Now pitch off the plate. Inslee hitting 3 and 6 homers, 3 triples as well. Heavner giving away here to the righty. Inslee in the air to right. Backing up is Franklin. She makes the catch. 2 gone. In steps Rhodey. A single and a run scored her last time up. Now LSU taking a timeout. Looks like they have some issues with the communication devices now. As Heavner and Edwards, the first baseman, looks like they maybe swapped watches.
Makes me think maybe one of them went out, and Heavner definitely has to have that.
2-out pitch to Rhodey, rip foul. Look out, third base coach Jody Davidson. Talk about standing in the line of fire. If there's one place, one job I don't want to have, it's coaching third with Ariana Rhodey at the plate. One of the best power hitters in the SEC. Strike 2 from Heavner. Gamecocks trying to take the lead. Heavner trying to send it to the 7th. Rhodey, a big deep breath, stepping in. Carly Shelton over at first for the Gamecocks. Time called. Looks like some of Rhodey's protective gear have come loose.
Resets the pitch clock.
Heavner's 1-2. Off the plate. Heavner certainly wants to deal strikes here. but catch too much of the plate, and Ariana Rhodey can make you pay. 50 career homers. 2-2 pitch, line to left field. Ariana Rhodey's 6th multi-hit game of the year puts the go-ahead run in scoring position for South Carolina.
It's been really neat over this past week to see Rhodey really start to kind of come back, get her vision in terms of seeing those pitches back. She was doing really well last week against Boston College, drawing the walks, staying in there, wasn't hitting the ball as much as she wanted to. And then over the past week or so, she's really starting to get it back, I think.
Kate Davis at the plate for South Carolina. Gamecocks have scored 5 runs tonight. 2 of them have come home thanks to Davis. A homer in the 2nd, a single last time up in the 5th. Now the Davis, a player that got into the transfer portal over the summer and committed to South Carolina without ever taking a visit. Just called Coach Ashley Chastain-Woodard and said, Coach, I want to come back to my home state. I'm meant to be a Gamecock.
Love seeing the in-state talent stay in-state, play for a school that you're familiar with. Seems like she's loving every minute of it.
On the ground to short. Stopped there by Edwards. They make the play to end the inning. We head to the 7th, a heavyweight bout on this Friday night. We're tied at 5. You asked for much more to open up an SEC weekend series. 19th ranked LSU, 24th ranked South Carolina squaring off under the lights. The Tigers will send 5, 6, 7 in their order up to face Jory Hurd. South Carolina senior now at 76 pitches in relief. First hitter up is Alex Franklin, who sees ball 1 low.
And that last inning kind of drug a little bit because we had the dramatics with the protest on the earpiece. So Jory Hurd's been sitting a little bit. Sometimes that can be, well, I'll say it's important for pitchers to make sure they're staying up, staying loose, staying warm, how they need.
And she's trying to get back out there after she had just found a rhythm. Sat the Tigers top of the order down in order in the 6th. And she has retired 6 in a row since giving up the homer to Kylie Edwards that initially gave LSU a 5-3 lead back in the 5th inning.
Yeah, you're right, Kate. Since then, she's been solid.
2-1, now 3-1. Franklin 0 for 2 with a walk and a strikeout. Strike two call. Edwards, who hit that home run back in the 5th. She's due up 3rd here this inning. Payoff pitch to Franklin. Rocket to center. Inslee back. Glove in the air, and she hauls it in. An electric play from Inslee.
That was a solid hit by Franklin. We honestly thought that was going to get past Inslee. Shame on me for doubting that full stretch. We've seen her make so many good defensive plays for South Carolina. That's why she's in center field.
Hello, top 10 plays of the night.
Yes, please. That was beautiful.
One gone in the 7th. Here's Macy Badgeron. LSU catcher a double her last time up in the 5th. After a great defensive play, Hurd maybe feeling some of that momentum. Deal strike one. Rain, Louisiana native. In her 175th career game with the Tigers. 3 on the left side of the infield for the Gamecocks. Carly Shelton stepping over from second base. Back out towards Inslee's direction, and she hauls it in for the second time. Eight straight retired for Jory Hurd. The last batter to connect is Kylie Edwards. Her second homer of the season. Put LSU's 4th and 5th runs on the board. In total, she's driven in 4 tonight for the Tigers. When LSU needed a spark, Kylie Edwards was there to provide it.
Yeah, she raised her hand and said, I'll do it.
Slow roller foul. And Megan, as we saw, probably one of the best parts of that home run for Edwards back in the 5th was the team celebration. She wears jersey number 67, so it makes sense they all do the 6-7, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. 6-7 itself makes 0 sense.
Very fair, very fair. Hurd trying to send us to the bottom half with momentum. 0-2, line up the middle. Inslee charging in. This one gets past her. Edwards on her high horse. Into 3rd. She will stop there with a triple. Kylie Edwards strikes once again for LSU. A 2-out triple here in the 7th.
Man, Edwards has been hot. Inslee made a decision here. Lay out. But you have to understand, if she doesn't catch it, that's what happens. There's no one behind her to cover the ball until your left fielder can come over and get that. They're actually pretty lucky that Edwards didn't go home, because I think it would have been a tight play at home.
Now Allie Hutchins steps in, came in as a pinch hitter in the 5th, stays in as the DP. She struck out looking against Hurd last time up. Go-ahead run for LSU, 60 feet from home. Hurd fires a little high. Boy, talk about the night for Kylie Edwards. 4 driven in, and she's a double shy of the cycle. Hutchins on infield skies. Brody under it. LSU threatens, but they will strand Edwards at 3rd. Gamecocks look to walk it off when we come back. Waving sandstorm it is playing as we go to the bottom of the 7th. South Carolina and LSU all tied up at 5. The Tigers threatening in the top half of this frame, a 2-out triple from Kylie Edwards, but she was stranded there in what would have been the go-ahead run for the Tigers. Now Lexi Winters lead things off for the Gamecocks. South Carolina not only trying to win their first conference game of the season, but take the series opener. Jaden Heavner continues doing Jaden Heavner things from the circle for LSU. Strike one dealt.
Really, Lexi Winters was the first hitter that Heavner faced when she came in an inning or so ago, and Winters is the one that gave her the most trouble. Since then, Heavner's settled down and really done a nice job for LSU.
An RBI hit with the right center field gap back in the 5th. Fouls this one off up into the seats. Winters trying to spark South Carolina here in the final frame. Look back foul. One for 3 overall tonight is the Gamecock catcher. Ball club last season among team leaders in a number of offensive in SEC play in 2025. Pitch skipping away to even the count.
Coach Chastain Woodard actually said that Lexi Winters, they figured out she was trying to not think at all when she steps in the box, and that wasn't really working for her. Mentally, she's a analyzer, she's a thinker, so she wanted to think a little bit.
Back to the glove of Heavner, one gone. Jamie McKay steps to the plate for South Carolina, looking to do the same here in the 7th that she did back in the 2nd, bashing her 3rd homer of the year.
Yeah, we've seen Jamie McKay come up clutch for South Carolina, especially in the Boston College series last weekend. 2 walk-off home runs. But right here, even just like with that swing, you want to see her stay within herself, not put too much pressure on herself.
You also just saw 70 miles an hour from J.D.
Yeah, and then there's that. Heavner's amping it up.
The 0-1. Inside. McKay, a California native. Father in attendance tonight. Checking out the game.
I wonder if he sees himself. I wonder if he's watching the game.
Inside ball 2. Jamie McKay, such a unique story. Grew up her whole life, only ever playing baseball. Actually had offers to play college baseball at the Division II and NAIA levels, but she knew she wanted the Division I experience, so she opted to play softball. Check swing, she brought it around 2-2. Spent 3 years at Ole Miss, reaching the Women's College World Series last season. Now closing out a collegiate career at Carolina. Heavner's 2-2.
Now Heavner's trying to get McKay Chase off the plate. It's a good hold by Jamie.
Slight breeze here tonight. Payoff. Now back, we'll see it again. McKay, 8 career home runs coming into tonight. Tacked on her 9th earlier on. Chopper to 3rd. Stop there by Hodge. 2 away.
It was a nice battle between Heavner and McKay. That was a good inside pitch. Curve coming in on the hands. Not much that McKay could do with that.
in steps Shea Anderson. South Carolina shortstop 0 for 2 tonight with a hit by pitch. She has struck out twice. Evener's first offering dots the inside corner. Anderson, 5 homers this season, hit 1 last weekend in the series sweep over Boston College. A youngster that won the starting shortstop job before the team left for winter break. Evener's 1-1, bottoms out. Gamecock coaching staff really thanks last season for Anderson being able to sit behind on the depth chart and learn from experienced senior Brooke Blankenship. Really did wonders for her development. Checked her swing, but brought it around, 2-2. Jaden Heavner looking to send it to extras. Anderson looking to end it here. Outside, ball 3.
I like the idea there by Heavner, but was off the plate. Good hold by Anderson.
Payoff pitch. Anderson out to center. Lassiter there. We are headed to extras. LSU and South Carolina tied at 5. LSU and South Carolina headed for extras on this Friday night. Neither team scoring across the final 2 innings. Joey Hurd back out there for the Gamecocks. Was able to strand the go-ahead run for the Tigers at third base last time out. Now it's Sierra Daniels' turn to lead things off for the Tigers. The 9-hole hitter fouls it off.
Yeah, I really think that clutch stretch out play to start the last inning, Inslee really shifted the momentum, and Hurd's been solid, since giving up the home runs. But y'all better buckle up, because I'm telling you right now, I anticipate extra inning games every game this series. Would not surprise me.
Strike 2 on the outer half. Hey, fans that have bought tickets, love to hear that. More bang for the buck, right?
That's right. That's right. Well, and then plus, as a fan now, when the weekend's over and there's not softball on, I'm irritated and ill. Like, where is softball? So soak it up.
That swing from Daniel hit her in the box. She'll come back. LSU only 1 extra inning game this season. It went in their favor. A 2-1 victory over Louisiana.
It really, you kind of forget that we're still early in SEC play. I mean, this is only South Carolina's second, and same for LSU, right? Third SEC matchup. Still a lot of season left to go.
0-2 to Daniel, bottoms out. And the Gamecocks 2 weeks ago took on Texas in SEC opening weekend, fell in each of the 3 games, but had a lead in a few of them. Last weekend was their quote-unquote weekend rotated out as Daniel pops this one up, caught by Shea Anderson. Uneven number of softball teams, so every team has a non-SEC weekend once conference play begins. The Gamecocks, they spent that sweeping Boston College. Meanwhile, for LSU, they took a tough draw on opening weekend as well. The top-ranked Lady Vols, they got swept in Knoxville, but once again, just like South Carolina did, LSU having a lead a couple times in that series. One out hitter is Avery Hodge, strike call. And this past Saturday, Sunday, Monday, the Tigers taking 1 of 3 from Texas A&M. Hodge 0 for 4 tonight. Infield in. The 0-1 pitch is upstairs.
Yeah, you know, I looked over, had a little look-see over LSU's schedule, and you know, something Coach Torina said is that she thinks that maybe her team's not really given credit for some stuff, and you know, she's not wrong there. When I looked at their losses early in the season, you know, opening weekend, they lost to a then-ranked number 11 Nebraska. They're now ranked number 5. They lost to a number 22 Duke, which is now ranked 20, and I actually think that's a low rank for Duke. And then on this February 15th, they lost to number 6 UCLA, and then they didn't lose again until the March 6th, 7th, and 8th against Tennessee, who was ranked number 1. And then, of course, they had the A&M loss last weekend. They had 2 losses there against number 16 A&M, who's now number 15. But when you look at the only unranked loss that they've had was to UCF back in that opening weekend, and UCF is now ranked. So, you know, they've not had bad losses, so to speak.
And LSU 17-1 against unranked opponents this year.
You know, and many of those came in the opening weekend when you're still trying to figure things out, knock the rust off, playing in a tough tournament.
Avery Hodge just fouled a couple off here with 1 out in the 8th. Herb thought she had it, just outside. And it's been a bit of a streaky year as well for LSU. You know, Megan, you kind of mapped it out there, but this team won their first 6. Then they went down, lost 4 out of 5 at Clearwater. Then they won the next 10 before getting swept at Tennessee.
Well, and I think it was the Clearwater tournament where they're playing a bunch of
swing and a miss, strike 3. Battle won by Jory Hurd. She records her 3rd strikeout of the night.
Hurd has been solid for South Carolina, having those hiccups with the home runs. Settling in.
Make that Hurd's 4th strikeout of the night, as she's now past the century mark on pitches. And steps Shayla Lassiter, who's been a problem, a thorn, if you will, in Hurd's side. 2 for 4 tonight, pair of doubles.
She's only had 1 off of Hurd, to be fair.
Outside.
But just to finish my thought on LSU's schedule, you're talking about kind of they've been up and down. Well, kind of. It's been clustered, right? So they had the Invitational, the Clearwater Invitational, where they played a bunch of ranked teams. That's where they had a bunch of their losses. And then they're facing the top programs, some of the top programs in SEC play. So
Coach Beth Torina telling us earlier this week she certainly doesn't want her team getting discouraged after staring at a 1-5 start to league play, because you look at what they've had to go through to this point. 2-1 to Lassiter. Down the line to right. McKnight giving chase, but even her speed won't get to that one. Season high in pitches for Jory Hurd tonight at 108. Experienced senior with over 300 innings in her career, all at South Carolina. Lassiter to Shelton. A three-batter frame in the top of the 8th. They remain tied here in Columbia. Way to the bottom of the 8th, still tied as South Carolina and LSU in this top 25 matchup. Gamecocks will try to get something going to walk it off for the 3rd time this season. Here in the bottom of the 8th, they'll turn to a pinch hitter. Freshman Kai Byers stepping in for the Gamecocks out of Mechanicsville, Virginia. Homers this year, one has come in SEC play 2 weeks ago, champion Texas Longhorns. Overall, hitting .292 on the season. Jade Heavner from the circle as Byers serves this one out to center, caught by Lassiter. Five in a row retired by Jaden Heavner. The top of the order we go, and Quincy Lelio. 2 for 4 tonight with a run scored. Here's the redshirt senior. Heavner just continuing to deal strikes here in relief. Gave up an RBI hit, the first batter she's faced. Since then, the Gamecocks haven't scored another run off of her.
And I was just about to say, Heavner has come in and shut South Carolina down so far. She is mixing her pitches well and seeing a little bit of the effectively wild. Sometimes her pitches are way out of the zone, then she'll boom, nail one. Keeps batters off balance.
2 to Lelio outside. Remember, last time that Lelio was up, she struck out against Heavner, one of 3 to do so tonight. That's rare company in Lelio's case, just the 4th time she struck out all season. Line drive stabbed in the air by Sierra Daniel. Two gone in the 8th. LSU went down in order in the top half of the inning. Jaden Heavner looking show the same to South Carolina. As Carly Shelton pops this one up. It's Daniel once more making the catch, and that ends the frame. We're headed for the ninth when we return. Here in Carolina, LSU squaring off under the lights, opening up the series weekend. 3, 4, 5, heart of the order due up for the Tigers. LSU looking to jump in front. One swing from Tori Edwards can make sure they do just that. The first baseman has been walked 3 times tonight. Last time up, the Gamecocks did pitch to her. She flew out to deep center field. Now 2-0. Now, Megan, I know we were talking a little bit earlier. You pitched in an era where you knew nothing but the complete game. Jory Hurd at 111 pitches here. At what point do you maybe take a look at that pitch count for her?
Well, I mean, as long as her mechanics are good and she's feeling good in this situation, I want this win. So I'm probably going to keep her in. Now, if they get 1 or 2 solid contact hits off of her, assuming they stay in the park, then I'm maybe thinking, or she starts throwing a lot of balls, but she's rolling right now.
2-1s outside to Edwards.
You know, and to get that first win of a series, just kind of, again, it's like the first out of an inning, the first hit of an inning, or first pitch of an inning. It sets the tone for the series, so I want the win.
Strike 2 on the inner half. Hurd pitching to Edwards here in the ninth. A full count to the reigning SEC Freshman of the Year. Foul back. Char Lorenz on deck for the Tigers. Alex Franklin due up third. Her deal, swing and a miss. Off-speed delivery gets it done for Jory Hurd as she strikes out Tori Edwards.
It's a big out for Jory Hurd. Nice off-speed location on a full count there against one of LSU's most lethal hitters.
5th strikeout of the night in relief work for Hurd. 1 gone for Char Lorenz. 1 for 3, a walk and a run scored. Lorenz puts it back out of play. Lorenz in the air, down the left field line. Lelio ranging. That's a foul ball. Boy, it's over the wall, but not in fair territory. LSU fans were celebrating before they saw where that fair pole was.
Hey, you know what that is?
What's that?
It's just a strike.
It is just a strike. And that's disappointing for LSU fans to hear.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one, but it's just a strike.
Now I got to be careful. Lorenz has shown she can do it. The 1-2. Chopper on the infield. 2 gone in the ninth.
We saw the adjustment there. They'd come inside on Lorenz. Lorenz showed her power, almost got a home run, and so South Carolina goes outside and coaxes a routine ground ball to get the out.
Brings up Alex Franklin, the right fielder. 0 for 3 with a walk and a strikeout. First pitch, a strike. Hurts 0-1, line shot into the gap. Alex Franklin with a big 2-out swing. She holds up at second with a double. For the second time here in the late innings, LSU has connected on a 2-out extra base hit. In the 7th, it was a triple from Kylie Edwards. Here in the 9th, it's a double from Franklin. Now the question becomes, does Franklin get stranded like Edwards did way back when? South Carolina.
Defensive changes.
Exactly the case, making a defensive change out in right field. Kai Byers will exit this game from right. Had just come in as a pinch hitter and stayed in the game. They will sub in Jamie McKay, who has been the DP tonight. He's rotated in and out with his right fielder and relief catcher of Lexi Winters this season. 2-out hitter is Miss LSU herself, Macy Majoron, the senior catcher. 1 for 4 tonight, a double and an RBI. The go-ahead run represented by Franklin at second. 2 gone in the top of the 9th. Hurd deals strike 1.
I like the off-speed pitch there to start Bergeron. You have to go back to Franklin. That was a really nice adjustment by Franklin. The previous at-bat against Hurd, she had also lined out to center field, made a little bit of an adjustment to find the gap.
Bergeron last season, an all-SEC selection and a third-team All-American. Closing in on 100 career RBIs with the Tigers. Hurd's 1-1. Low and in, ball 2. Inside, ball 3. Just saw a moment ago, Jory Hurd tonight, 75 strikes on 126 pitches. I think any coach in the country will take a 60 play. Majoron hammers it out. LSU and South Carolina have been tied at 5 since the 5th. Both teams threatening since then, but neither able to break through. The Tigers have Franklin at second here with 2 outs. Badgeron fouls off another one. Look at the sparkle on that chain.
That is LSU hype man right there.
Hurd trying to send it to the bottom of the ninth. Badgeron looking to give LSU the lead. Strike three called outside corner. Jory Hurd with her 6th strikeout of the night. She freezes up Badgeron. And we are headed to the bottom of the ninth, all tied up. Of the ninth tonight in Columbia. Top 25 showdown sees LSU and South Carolina still tied at 5. Kate Crenshaw alongside the Hall of Famer Megan Bunning here with you on this Friday evening. Megan, how both thrilling and nerve-wracking are games like these in the dugouts?
You know, at some point, especially if the bases are clear, you're kind of just low, even keel. You know, it's not until people start getting on does it really amp up. Like
Hensley, a line drive up the middle.
Like now the energy starts to rise because you realize at this point when you're extra innings, it could be one swing game over.
Hensley's got great speed too. She's shown it defensively in center field tonight. Now she gets aboard with the 4th most stolen bases in the SEC this season, 11 for 12 in that category. One aboard for Oregon. First pitch, foul swing. Brody tonight, 2 for 3 with a walk and a run scored. Those 2 hits coming in her 2 most recent at-bats. Jade Heavner back in the circle for LSU. Since coming into this ball game in relief work in the 5th, gave up an RBI single to Lexi Winters, the first batter she faced. Since then, has given up just 3 hits over the last 4 innings. 1-1's low for ball 2.
Heavner has been solid, and you know this is just the first game in the series. So as we move into Saturday and Sunday games, we're going to see every pitcher that both teams have.
2-1 pitch, called a strike in the bottom half. Hensley aboard. Bottom of the 9th, no outs for South Carolina. Heavner's 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Jade Heavner's 4th punch out of the 9th puts one away.
Brody can be such a tough out. Heavner does a good job selling that pitch on the outside corner. She went outside almost the entire at-bat. Got Brody on that one.
In steps Tate Davis. One out, pitch is low. Davis 2 for 4 tonight. A homer back in the second inning. She also drove in a run in the 5th. Hitting hitting 330 rather on the season. 1-0, now 2-0. Inslee led off the inning with a base hit. She occupies first. Outside, ball 3. A strike call. Davis taking all the way. Davis in the air to center. Lassiter finding it in the night sky. She hauls it in for the second out. We told you Jaden Lassiter makes the catch in center field. Meanwhile, Jade Heavner has been solid in relief work tonight for LSU. Has only allowed 1 run to come home while she's been in the ball game, and that was off the bat of Lexi Winters back in the 5th. Now it's Winters up here in the 9th. Outside, ball 1.
And we're seeing Heavner starting to kind of get behind in the counts, even in that last at bat against Davis. She was down 0-3, or excuse me, 3-0. It's late. I'm old. It's my bedtime.
It's extras, right?
Yeah.
Inslee taking off. Throw in time. Macy has her on. Catch Inslee trying to steal. And that will send us to the 10th. South Carolina will turn the softball over to a new pitcher. The junior right-hander Neely Lamb steps in relief of Jory Hurd.
So Neely Lamb is going to throw in the mid-60s. She throws a little bit of everything. Rise ball is her best pitch, and she has a really good changeup. South Carolina, I think, is just trying to give Jory Hurd a little bit of rest. First game in this series. Expect to see Hurd again. Did a great job. Now we're going to see what Lamb can do.
She'll face 7, 8, 9 in the order. That's led off by Kylie Edwards. Strike 1 called. Edwards missed do it all tonight for LSU. She is a double shy of the cycle. She had a 2 RBI single in the 3rd that initially gave LSU a lead. Then she put LSU back in front again in the 5th with a 2-run homer. Connected on a 2-out triple in the 7th, but was stranded there. Put this one on the ground for Tate Davis, who makes the play. Megan, you have to wonder if that was also part of the thought process of taking Jory Hurt out in this spot, because she was the pitcher who Edwards had done all that damage against.
Yeah, it could absolutely have been that.
And steps Allie Hutchins, her 3rd at bat of the night. Came in as a pinch hitter in the 5th. Has gone 0 for 2 since, including a strikeout. Back-to-back strikes from Neely Lamb. You go back 2 weekends ago when the Gamecocks took on Texas here at home. Lamb in 4 2/3 gave up just 4 hits to the Longhorns. 0-2 change is high.
I think that is Neely Lamb's secret, is that, not secret, but I'm trying to say most useful tool, best pitch is her rise, but her mixing the changeup, even already we've seen it several times. That is such an important pitch for pitchers at this level. And listen, I'm normally in bed like 8:30. I'm struggling to keep my eyes open. So if things start getting a little weird, it's because of that.
2-2, called strike 3. Neely Lamb sits down Hutchins, 2 gone in the 10th.
Love the focus and intensity Lamb has entered this game in. She looks sharp. She's hitting her spots, setting up her changeup well.
Base is clear and 2 outs for Sierra Daniel, the second baseman. 2 for 4 tonight, fouling that one off. Neither team wanting to budge an inch here since the 5th. Early on, both these teams were just exchanging punches back and forth. As soon as one team would strike, the other would respond. But since the 5th, it's been all zeros on the board. Lamb's 1-1. Over but low. Daniel on the ground once again to Davis. And we are headed to the bottom of the 10th. Neely Lamb on 3-batter frame. She sits down the Tigers in order. Back at the 5th inning, Lexi Winters, the first hitter to face Jaden Huebner out of the bullpen, slinging an RBI hit into the gap of right center field. A double for Winters. Now she steps up here in the bottom of the 10th to lead things off for South Carolina. The only hitter that has done against the LSU ace.
Just about saying that is the time we have seen anything really happening against Huebner.
We've been scoreless since the 5th. Winters was at the plate last inning, but Tori Hensley was caught stealing to end the frame. Winters in the air to right. Caught there by Franklin for the first out. Jade Huebner in relief work has been all LSU could have asked for tonight. 5 innings scoreless, no walks, only 4 hits surrendered, along with 4 strikeouts.
I think this is why Huebner is in the game. I mean, she's coming from the left side, so that is a completely different look, but she can pitch in hard situations, and you can tell just how much each team wants to win this ball game. South Carolina went ahead and made a pitching change. They had Jory Hurd. They were riding her for a good bit. Hurd was doing a good job. They decided to go ahead and take her out because I think you're going to see Hurd again in this series. I think you're going to see Huebner again, too.
The 1 outside. Jamie McKay up for the Gamecocks. A solo homer back in the 2nd, her 3rd of the season, all coming within a span of 7 days. Getting away from Huebner, who we knew coming in, Megan, can be effectively wild, but also you said a little bit earlier, that can alter a hitter's approach too because she's effectively wild.
That's right, meaning you don't know. I think that ball just slipped out of her hand. That's happened before, so we're just having that conversation right now by chance. But yeah, I mean, if you don't know what you're going to get.
Okay, right back up the middle and into the glove of Jada Lassiter.
And effectively wild, I mean, that comes from Coach Tarina. That's not us. So, you know, your coach is saying that you are effectively wild. That lets you know that you don't change anything. Like throw strikes, come at the hitters, but it's okay to be a little unpredictable.
Bottom of the 10th inning. South Carolina and LSU tied at 5. Gamecocks calling on a pinch hitter. They're trying to end it here. Redshirt senior Natalie Heath will stand in. 3 for 8 on the season. To go back to last year, started over 30 games for this ball club. Hit 6 homers a year ago. Thanks to those efforts, picked up the nickname Big Bat Nat. Can she break through again here? The 2-out pitch from Huebner is a strike.
But I think this is a good spot. I mean, Anderson, she's replacing Anderson right now in the lineup. Anderson has struggled tonight against LSU's pitching, so trying to get a different look.
Among those 6 homers a year ago, 1 coming in non-conference play off a pitch from Texas Tech. Just superstar, let's call it, Nigeri Kennedy. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Heath 0 for 2 in SEC play so far. Had 2 pinch hit opportunities 2 weeks ago against Texas. Flipping it foul to stay alive. Stalemate between LSU and South Carolina. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 5 straight scoreless. And we are headed to the 11th. Still tied at 5. Jade Huebner with 5 punch outs tonight. Columbia. We're tied at 5, heading to the 11th. LSU and South Carolina, neither team wanting to budge an inch here in the series opener. Avery Hodge leads it off for the Tigers against Neely Lamb. First pitch outside. Hodge 0 for 5 tonight. Last time up, a strikeout. This is Lamb's second inning of work out of the bullpen. Sat down the Tigers in order in the 10th.
And you do not see the international tiebreaker rule in effect for conference games. You may see it for the tournaments, but you won't see it for regular season play. Hence why we're still playing.
Yeah, both teams have gotten some big hits here over the last 5 scoreless innings, but none of them timely. Able to bring in runners. One. Strike 2 call. Both teams scored 2 runs in the 5th. None since. Hodge out to left, ranging is Lelio. She covers a lot of ground. 1 away. LSU 1-0 in extra innings this season. They defeated Louisiana back in February in 10. This is the first extra inning game of the season for the Gamecocks. Jayla Lassiter unable to connect, 0-1. Center fielder 2 for 5 tonight with a couple of doubles. Inside to even the count. Last in her senior season, an Alabama native. Under 3rd all-region selection a year ago, her first year in Baton Rouge. Spent 2 years at Ole Miss before that. Off-speed high from Lamb, and that's ball 3. Lamb, the 3rd pitcher of the night for South Carolina, after Jory Hurd tossed 7 innings in relief, over 125 pitches. Lassiter fouling it off. Lamb, also a former transfer. She spent her freshman year at Charleston Southern. Now in her junior season in Columbia. 3-2 to Lassiter. Swung on and missed. Drop, 3rd strike. Lassiter's going to reach. That ball popping up over both the catcher, Lexi Winters, and our home plate umpire, Chad Steers.
Neely Lamb did a great job getting Lassiter with this pitch, but she's got to keep that in front. So it's like a drop, 3rd strike, basically. That might be the momentum that LSU needs.
Go ahead, run aboard for Tori Edwards. Pitch off the plate, ball 1. First half of the night, the Gamecocks did pitch to Tori Edwards, 3 walks. The last 2 times they have attacked her, Megan, it feels like in this spot you almost have to.
Looks like they are.
Since those 3 walks, Edwards a fly out to center. and a strikeout. Last time up in the 9th. Now here in the 11th. One-two from Lamb off the plate. Jayla Lassiter occupies first, reaching a drop third strike a moment ago.
Williams trying to stay away from Tori Edwards.
Edwards, a hard line shot, foul to left. That one brought all the LSU faithful up out of their seats, trying to see as far as they could down the line.
Good spot by Neely Lamb. She's been working the outside part to give Tori Edwards something any too good, nothing to get extended on. Then she sneaks one inside just to give her a different look.
With one aboard and one gone. Off speed is high. First 11-inning game for South Carolina since the 2022 season. Payoff pitch. Ball 4. Go-ahead run now in scoring position for the Tigers. In steps one of the prize transfer portal pickups for LSU, and Char Lorenz, who came over from Louisville. 1 for 4 tonight with a walk. Neely Lamb in search of the strike zone. And that's going to bring out head coach Ashley Chastain Woodard for a visit.
It's going to bring everybody out.
And now Coach Woodard going to turn around as infield coach Katie Browder goes to talk things over. Pitching coach Zach Parsons goes into the circle, and you have to wonder, did Coach Chastain Woodard turn around and go back because she didn't want to deal with the equipment check again because she's still wearing the earpiece? If you weren't with us a little bit earlier, bottom of the 6th inning, took about 3 hours to get started because LSU protested the use of a communication device by South Carolina, and the umpires honestly didn't know what the ruling was in that moment, so they had to step away to their locker room and contact the NCAA office to talk about things. And they brought out the rule book and actually had to read the terminology to both coaches to figure it out. Ultimately, the protest was not upheld. There were no penalties issued out, if you will. 1-0 Lorenz, called a strike. Lamb trying to work out of the jam in the 11th. Deal strike 2. Lassiter to the go-ahead run at second. Up and off. Lorenz hitting .267 this season with runners in scoring position. .284 overall on the year. Check swing, strike 3 call.
It's a big punch out for Neely Lamb. Now, mind you, she had had a strikeout against Lassiter earlier, but it was a drop third strike. So, and then she turned around and she walked Edwards. Fair enough, keep it off a plate, and then came back and got Lorenz on that strikeout. Huge.
2-out hitter is Alex Franklin. A double her last time up in the 9th. Another one of those here gives LSU the lead. Going inside to even the count. Pitch finds the zone. Neely Lamb now a strike away from stranding a pair of Tigers. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Neely Lamb with an exclamation point here in the 11th. Back-to-back punch-outs to strand a pair of Tigers. Bottom of the 11th, South Carolina and LSU remain tied at 5. The Gamecocks will have 9-1-2 in the order due up to work against Jade Heavner, who has been nothing but stellar here tonight for LSU. 5 scoreless innings in relief.
Heavner has been just a menace to South Carolina's lineup. But you have to think with Neely Lamb coming off that defensive ending in the 11th for South Carolina, that South Carolina is going to build on that momentum.
Ty Byers, the leadoff hitter in the 11th, fouls back the first pitch. This is Byers' second at bat. Came in as a pinch hitter in the 8th and remained in as the DP. She flew out to center field back then. 0-1, Myers rips that one in the corner of right field. And we're in the South Carolina bullpen.
Rally caps. Rally caps are going. I wonder how long they've had them on. Since the 5th, you think?
You can't have them on too often, right? They got to work eventually. Heavner's 0-2. Neither team has scored since the 5th, as Megan mentioned there. 1-2 to Byers, inside.
It's been a pitcher's duel since then. We've seen some good defensive plays, though, too.
Heavner's 2-2, fouled off. Yeah, Megan, I think this just exemplifies what we know each and every year, is that the SEC has the best arms in the country.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, you think about, we talked about this in the Open, I've said it several times, these two teams came in pretty evenly matched. This is not a surprise to me. Like, I kind of knew this was going to be a battle between these two teams. I expect us to go extra innings every game this series. But I was thinking about Heavner. I mean, she's already at almost, this will be pitch number 90, so she's already thrown a full game.
Chop to second, Daniels there. Yeah, Hebner usually an arm that you'll see for 14 innings in a weekend for LSU. Has effectively had a start here tonight, even though she was the third arm for the Tigers. At the top of the order for the 6th time, it's Quincy Lelio, the left fielder. A couple of hits and runs scored tonight. It's outside. Infield for LSU set normally. Out in center, Lassiter shading a bit to her right, closer towards the left center field gap. Not even at 1 apiece now. Lelio, the tone setter at the top of the South Carolina order this season. Unable to connect. The key to Gamecock success this year has been Lelio finding a way on base and all the power hitters behind her stepping up and driving her home. Strike 3 call to the bottom half. Quincy Lelio had struck out just 3 times in 30 games. Hebner's now got her twice.
It's almost like Hebner, like we just talked about, she's pretty much thrown a full game. If you think about pitch count, an ideal 7-inning game would be about that 82 pitch mark, and she's over 90, and I feel like she's just getting stronger.
6 strikeouts on the evening for the Southpaw. Carly Shelton steps in. 3 hits tonight for the second baseman. Hebner's 1-0. Shelton will pop it back foul. Shelton coming from a big athletic family, both her parents playing baseball and softball at Charlotte. She grounds that one foul at the first base sign. Her brother, after a stellar career at Florida, now in the minor league system with Chicago White Sox, and her sister actually on the softball team at Florida Atlantic. As Hebner approaches the century mark, the 1-2 to Shelton. Line to left, ranging is Lorenz, and she hauls it in. 11 wasn't enough. We go to 12. Still tied at 5. Into the 12th. LSU and South Carolina all tied at 5. Amy Lamb onto her 3rd inning of relief for the Gamecocks. Has held the Tigers hitless the last 2 while striking out 4. Megan Bunning, what have you liked from Lamb out of the bullpen?
Gosh, I mean, she, on the scouting report, we have that she's lost some command, but I tell you what, she hadn't lost it. She found it. She found it real quick. She's been working her changeup effectively. I think that's what I like the most, staying around the zone.
Pitching to Macy Badgeron here, catcher for LSU. 1 for 5 tonight. RBI in the third, a double and a run scored in the fifth. The last batter to face Lamb. Lamb in her junior season out of Cades, South Carolina. Great name for a town, if I must say.
You're a little biased.
I never knew that I shared a name with a town in this state until Lamb transferred to the Gamecocks last season. Saw that and said, it has to be a typo, right? Nope, sure enough. 3-1 pitch to Badgeron. Out to left, Lelio will take a couple steps back and haul it in.
Next up for the Tigers, shortstop number 67.
Kylie Edward tried a little Bayou magic once again. A double shy of the cycle tonight, along with 4 RBIs. Strike one inside corner. Lamb closing in on 50 pitches. Off the plate, ball 2. Edwards takes a strike in the lower half. A 2-year player at Mississippi State, was all region a season ago. Edwards fouling that one off.
Mississippi State's having a good run the last several games.
Bulldogs kicking off a series this weekend against some more Bulldogs. They're playing Georgia this weekend over in Athens in a top 13 matchup. Lamb's 2-2, just off the plate. Here's Lamb's payoff. Grounded to third. Stopped by Tate Davis. 2 gone in the 12th. Neely Lamb has yet to allow a hit to LSU in 10 batters faced. Now LSU is going to re-enter tonight's starting DP, Ciela Pickett, who went 0 for 2, a fly out and a strikeout. Two-out swing is foul. Pickett 2 for 3 in the series finale against Texas A&M on Monday. Lamb's 0-1 offering, unable to find the zone. That was Pickett's first multi-hit performance of the season. Overall hitting .278 on the year now. Low. Fair ball off the glove of Davis. Pickett gonna hold up after one. Second error of the night against South Carolina. Their first since the first inning.
So Pickett doing just enough. I think if Davis could replay that, she would keep her body behind it. Late in the game, inning 12, people are starting to get fatigued.
Sierra Daniel in the air, caught by Anderson. We go to the bottom of the 12th. Still tied. South Carolina and LSU still tied up at 5. Probably past some folks' bedtime. This game hitting the 4-hour mark as we begin this frame. Jade Heavner doing all she can to hold South Carolina scoreless. Has tossed 6 scoreless innings of relief tonight. She approaches 100 pitches. She will face 3, 4, 5 in the order for the Gamecocks. 3 hitters that can all leave the park. Led off by Tori Inslee. First one up and in. Inslee 2 for 5 tonight. An RBI and a run scored.
Yeah, for South Carolina, they have seen Heavner several times now through the lineup. We've talked about how many pitches that she's already thrown, so you would expect to see some adjustments from South Carolina hitters at this point.
The 1-1 outside. Megan, how does a game like this, where both teams have thrown the races for so long and it's overall just such a long night, how does this affect the next 2 days?
I mean, it shifts. It adjusts your strategy, who you're going to throw next. So you have to imagine, I mean, South Carolina, they've gone through several of their pitchers. I think Jory Hurd, she threw a lot of pitches, but she's getting a little bit more break, so I wouldn't be surprised to see her tomorrow. But Heavner, with her closing out the game and throwing as she is now, I mean, I don't know that I'd see her tomorrow. But then I say that, but then I'm like, but it also depends on her. Physically, how she can recover. What do you get from the rest of the pitchers in LSU's bullpen?
These two back at it tomorrow at 3 p.m. Again here on SEC Network Plus. The 2-2 to Tori Inslee. On infield skies, charging in Sierra Daniel for the first out of the 12th. LSU head coach Beth Torina said coming into the weekend, you never know when Ariana Rohde's going to click. She hoped it wouldn't be this weekend against the Tigers. Rohde, one of the top home run threats in the country. And it's funny, Megan, you talk to different coaches throughout the season. A couple weeks ago was Mike White bringing Texas in here, and all of them say the same. When you ask opposing coaches about Ariana Rohde, they say, look, you just say the name Ariana Rohde, enough said, right?
Yeah.
You know what, you know the presence that she brings and the track record she has.
And she's been a tough out for South Carolina. She's not, her batting average doesn't look as maybe, what's the word, appealing as it was last year, but she's, you know, trying to figure out some mechanical issues. But what I've really liked, because I've had the opportunity to call their games from last weekend through this week, is that Rohde is still seeing the ball. I mean, she's still drawing the walk. She's still going deep in the count, and she's gotten some hits over the last couple games too. So she's not in a slump.
Fouls that one off. Move the count 2-2. Gamecocks trying to score the game's first run since the 5th inning. Base is clear with 1 out. Rohde rocket shot up the middle. A 3-hit night for Ariana Rohde. The go-ahead run is aboard for South Carolina. Sixth multi-hit game of the season for Rohde. She laced that one right back where it came from. In steps Tate Davis, 5-hole hitting third baseman. Connected on her 4th home run earlier tonight.
She's seen Huebner twice before and made contact. Hasn't reached base, but has made contact. Looking for an adjustment from Tate Davis.
Strike 2 now from Huebner. Yeah, first time facing the LSU lefty. Reach on a fielder's choice ground out, and then later in the night flew out to center. The 0-2. Chopped off the plate, foul.
Huebner's going right at Tate Davis. Just said Davis had made some decent contact against Huebner. Huebner doesn't care. She's going right at her.
With 1 on and 1 gone. That pitch gets away from Bergeron. And Rohde is into second. Davis has driven in 26 this year. Skies that one. Deep center field. Stepping up Lassiter to haul it in. That ball just kept going, only up instead of out. Rohde in scoring position now for Lexi Winters. The Gamecock catcher who is 1 for 5 tonight. That one hit off of Jaden Huebner back in the 5th. That brought in a run for South Carolina. And that brings out LSU head coach Beth Torina to talk about things with Huebner, maybe having flashbacks to that 5th inning swing.
Possibly. Maybe just Huebner's thrown a couple balls here and there that have been a little bit more wild than what we've seen from her. So might be trying to just give her a second, regroup. Sensing a little bit of South Carolina momentum, trying to break that up.
Gamecock faithful still out here in this late evening affair. Bottom of the 12th. Neither team has scored since Winters got that swing off in the 5th. Rally caps out for all ages.
If I had a cap, I'd put it on too. Go Sports Ball.
Game-winning run at second for the Gamecocks. Two-out hitter is Lexi Winters. Line drive up the middle. Rhodey waved around. She's going to score. And South Carolina wins the marathon in 12.
What a way. Everyone's like, finally, someone did it. But talk about Rhodey starting the momentum for South Carolina. You have to give credit to LSU and Huebner. They did a fantastic job. This was just a battle of the wills.
Lexi Winters, the hometown hero tonight for South Carolina. Their first conference win of the season comes in 12 innings, a 6-5 final. Just wow. And the best part, partner, we're just getting started. Game 1 of this series ends in South Carolina's third walk-off of the year. And these two foes will be back at it tomorrow at 3 p.m. For Megan Bunning, I'm Kate Crenshaw saying so long. As always, remember to smile, and we'll see you tomorrow back here in Columbia.